guy like Sir Winston Pickles up to when he's not?
Bit of this, bit of that.
Huh?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Okay, let's talk about it. A little bit of what? A little bit of what?
I ruined my car at $20 an hour. Also on the DoorDash.
Oh, you do DoorDash?
Yes.
You don't do it in character?
No.
Oh my God. Have you thought about doing it in
Yes.
character? That seems like it would be a hit. I mean, it gives people some real fucking nightmares on their way to work out there, right? Just freak people the hell out. Seems like a blast. How much time do you think you have? How much material do you think you have of that part that you just did for that minute?
I do 20 minutes. I do a bit of feature in Florida.
Amazing. Greg Fitzsimmons.
It's hard to make fun of a guy who is kind of in awe of right now. I mean, I think you're hilarious. Like, I like to shit on people because they suck, and I just think you're very good, so I'm speechless.
Well, thank you.
I agree. I agree, Sir Winston Pickles. I like your style a lot. In fact, I think, why don't you just do a little more time? Why don't you do another minute or two? I want to hear more of Sir Winston Pickles. You guys want to hear some more material from Sir Winston Pickles? I mean, I'm just going to let you take over, Sir Winston. Feel free to shoot a fucking 20-minute special. One second. Can I get can we do the solo light on Sir Winston Pickles? Yeah, let's do that.
I've been having a lot of issues with my neighbours, especially the neighbour next door. His carbon monoxide alarm kept me awake all last night. All night. Of course, I confronted him about it the next day. I knocked on his door, said, "Trevor, are you coming out? What's going on last night?" He, no answer, no. That's a dick move, that is. I used to work on a circus on a cruise ship. Met some great people. Met my first wife, the bearded lady. She wasn't part of the circus, no, she was from Maine. Thank you. Met a great guy, the human cannonball. Great guy, he was in for anyone. Always went the extra mile. Actually, that's how we lost him at sea. There was no finding him either because he was a midget. I'm sorry, we can't use that word, no, can we? It was a midget. Nice to go on the stage and found someone paler than me. Any cruise ship lovers in here while we're talking about cruises? What is wrong with you? They say at any given time of the year, 17 people a year disappear overboard, never to be found again. That's not enough. On a weekend cruise, I have a list of at least 50 women and children I want to throw overboard.
Hold on here, man.
No, there are men too, but it's women and children first.
I'm here. What's up? What's up? It's me, Jimmy.
Sir Winston Pickles, I have some more questions.
How am I doing? I'm doing all right, man. Just chilling. How you doing, Jimmy?
Okay, it's fun to just sit back and watch someone do comedy for a little bit. I like your style. You're so good.
I'm sitting here making some coils and listening to some Kill Tony. So, you know, how's Uncle Ben? Okay, well, you know, I've been, things have been great. You know, killing it as always.
Did you have
I
like
mean,
a
you
wife
know.
or a girlfriend or something?
Yeah, she's at home in the basement.
Right. And she likes you clown. Did you ever hang out with her in the clown makeup?
Let me turn this down a bit. It's kind of distracting.
And does the makeup match the drapes? Is there
How you
like a
been?
red nose on
Shiny
it?
and red, yes.
You know,
It's a what?
It's shiny and red.
Shiny and red.
it's been a minute.
When's the last time you were in England, Sir Winston Pickles?
Oh, decade ago.
Good.
So long that I don't remember
Holy shit.
who the hell you are.
It's a real mess. These people. It's a mess.
I apologize.
Guy joke in England?
No.
No.
Fantastic material, Sir Winston Pickles. Welcome to the Kiltony universe. This is a big Kiltony joke book made by the great Bonsai. Right, man?
I just want to say, the last 4 arena shows, I've seen you in the audience of the and I've been like, what the fuck is going on here? And it's so great to finally see you. I would love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday. But
There you go. Sir Winston Pickles. Let's arrive, ladies and gentlemen. A dark and dirty clown. That's what we've always wanted here. There he goes. Sir Winston Pickles. He's our favorite clown. We always like it when he comes to town.
Sorry if you can't see what the hell I'm doing. Just trust that it's incredible.
Dayton is that, everybody.
My name's Dayton, and I don't understand why, because my parents aren't from Ohio. They're from Oklahoma. So I asked my dad where my name came from, and he was like, well, I was dating your mom. Which honestly, that makes a lot of sense because my brother's name is Buck Buck. He was a miracle. I started comedy around the same time Louis got canceled for jerking off in front of women, and I was like, fuck, that's why I got into this. I'm not really sure why I started comedy. I think it's just because I've always been a big fan of it, you know? Like, when I was 10, I wrote Robin Williams a letter and just said, kill yourself. He didn't respond.
All right. How long have you been in Austin?
I just got, like, I drove 12 hours last night from Kansas City.
Really?
Yeah.
You drove like last night, like,
Yeah, I left at like 6 p.m., got in at like around 5 a.m.
wow, look at you. Where are you staying while you're here?
I stayed with my pally.
Okay. So you went straight there at 5 a.m.
Yeah.
A little nap, woke up.
Yeah,
You've been in the bar next door waiting.
yes.
You got pulled out. You have a good look. You have the little star power. You look like Golden Paul with leukemia. It's very good. What do you do for a living that you had to drive 12 hours instead of buying a flight?
I've been living since I moved to New York just off stand up.
Oh boy.
But it's not, I mean, I've got to get a job.
What type of job are you going to look for?
I don't know, just something that they don't rely on me.
What have you done before? What is your experience?
you could be an Ozempic salesman.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was a lifeguard for like 5 years.
If I was fucking drowning and I saw you, I wouldn't even yell help. I would just let, fuck it. You help? Fuck it.
I saw 2 kids die.
Yeah,
I'm not
you,
kidding, yeah.
you saw 2 kids die.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
At the same
Right? You were the fucking lifeguard and you watched 2 kids
No, I
die.
wasn't involved. I did CPR.
I know you weren't involved. That was the problem.
No one thinks you were holding their heads down. You watched that while you were lifeguarding?
Well, the first one was in 2019. I was on top of a water slide. And this is
And God forbid you should slow down. Stop and slide.
that the wave pool and a kid was over for a long time and he was like,
I know you were there for a long time. You were fucking watching.
Yeah. You are not invited to life. Drownings is a life for a lifeguard. It might be one of the worst lifeguards I've ever heard of.
yeah, the manager, the manager of the water park I worked at when the ambulance was still in the park, he made me go to the family and offer them Dippin' Dots.
Are you fucking
And that's
serious?
not a joke at all. No,
Your child?
they didn't know yet.
Oh. So you're gonna surprise them. They're gonna go, look, we got free shots.
Right.
Free Dippin' Dots. Wait, let me finish.
Yeah.
It's so fucked
So,
up.
is that true? That you offer them Dippin' Dots?
Yeah,
And then
okay,
who
well,
broke the news to them that their child had died?
I don't know, it's gone at that point.
You're not a Dippin' Dots. Yeah, I thought you were Dippin' Dots. Absolutely incredible. Ryan is next.
My little brother is half Mexican, professional clown, gay. But none of those are what's really enough. What is he feels like he's got to be everything. He's a little cholo, bozo, homo with FOMO. You know? So, I think my best friend, lifelike sex dolls. You know what I'm talking about? The other day, walking around, he was holding up here these underwear. Whose underwear are these? And man, when I saw this as his friend, I knew I had to be supportive. Especially those are my favorite underwear. My dad is trans, but it's cool because I never see him. Y'all know what it's like having a transparent. Thank you.
Timerian. Okay. I get it. You kind of have a little trademark. You're like a little pun wordsmith.
Like a wordsmith.
Yeah.
You got funny words.
If you don't have the face of the guy that would be a wordsmith.
No, more like a blacksmith, probably.
Yeah. There you go. You just did it again, you son of a bitch. Look at you. You're a little trickster over there. I love it. You've been on this show before. You have a face that's kind of memorable, like a melted pumpkin or something like that.
Yeah. You made fun. Everybody actually made fun of me. Y'all made fun of the last time I was on. You made fun of my complexion.
What did I say?
You just said basically, essentially, it made it sound like I was brown, round, and had downs. Is everything that you kept saying?
That sounds like a year joke.
That's it.
Hell yeah.
Are you hungry? Yeah.
High on marijuana.
Yeah. There's some edibles over there.
Okay.
One day.
Absolutely. What else about you? What can we talk about? We didn't find out about you last time you were on the show. Any fun facts about the Timerian?
Yeah. I used to play music. Before like drum off and that night, I literally just press play on drums, play music. I used to be a DJ in San Antonio area in the early to mid 2000s. Toured, did some of that stuff for a while. That was fun.
Like a leader.
I had the wrong people surrounding me. They were more interested in getting their dick sucked every night than helping me get to that next level. Even though I was opening for big names, doing people, 1,000 people in the crowd. At this point, fuck it, I'll put it all on my bet on myself, and I'm ready to do it with comedy now. And
You never get to take your DJing to the next level, and that bothers you.
nothing rhymes.
Well, he never got to DJ in his PJ on a PJ.
Actually,
Yeah. You know what that sound means.
actually, but you had something. DJ wants to be DJs. I was. I actually get a DJ got caught by the owner of the club one time while I was in the booth. And the only thing I was told was, hurry up, see me in the office afterwards, and I was given a high five. So it was a pretty good day. I mean, he left everybody else we were working with because all they wanted was their dick sucked. But you got fired getting your dick sucked. Exactly. See, they wanted what they couldn't have, and I'm having it. And so they were just
You were
jealous.
able to get hard while exposed to an entire audience.
So there's like you guys are sitting there, you're in a booth, you can't really see anything below here, right? And so there was conveniently a little loud area she sat down on, and
Did you have like a face where it looked like you were DJ?
yeah. Yeah, but she was waiting for the drop too, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And then little dead bumps in her mouth. What's the one night stand with Marion like?
Typically, people don't want to know what I always ask to go to like I was living in embarrassed my place, but typically the bar that I go to hook up with it's a block and a half from where I live. So I'm not trying to walk over and then walk them home and have to walk them back to their car, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of walking. Yeah, Uber home. I'm telling you, people are gonna watch this and you're gonna get so much pussy. No, that's what women want. They want a man. I'm not gonna. No, you'd be surprised. I would be.
It would actually be surprising.
I wouldn't get the face on the women if they're going, oh, look who I'm with. Why can't I have him? She's looking at me going, who the fuck is this guy? I was like, guess what? When I woke up this morning and rolled over in bed, I also said, who the fuck is this guy? I have a drinking problem, okay? So,
How's it going, Mr. Patterson? You're on with Tony Hinchcliffe live on Kill Tony with the Great Howie Mandel.
Oh my goodness, y'all made my day, man.
your son made my day. Your son is fucking brilliant. Your son is a superstar.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. You proud of him?
Man, I'm more than proud. You get that shit from me, though.
He's got.
Mr. Patterson, you know, this is an improvised statement, but I just have what I think is a good question. Is there anything embarrassing from Cam's childhood that he might not want you to tell us? That's what Bill.
That was a quick turn. Wait, how old? To go to the camp. Don't tell people that. Not body drink. He's not body. That's not what he said. Go ahead.
Go ahead, say it again, Mr. Patterson.
Yeah, it took him when he was 12 years old to come to 10.
I might be retarded. He can't feel good. Tell me he's a firefighter. Star firefighter. Feel good.
All right, so the word on the streets, Mr. Patterson, is that you're not a very good speller. So what we're going to do is we're going to give you a word, and right off the bat, you have to spell it for us. Are you ready?
No hell.
He thought he got fucking spell. That's why I get it from, man.
Yeah, that's what the dictionary for, Toby.
That's what the dictionary is.
How do we not know that?
Dog. No, dog. Dog. Wait. Dog.
Right here.
Spell dog.
Dog. Dog.
Are you saying dark as in dark ass?
No. No, I wasn't saying dark ass.
I love that that's the reference that he used. Dark as in dark ass. Someone's been called dark ass before. Someone's ass is a couple shades darker than the rest of his body.
Dark. Dog. Like, woof, woof. Like a puppy. Dog. Yes.
No. All right, here we go. I can hear your thumbs typing. Why are you Googling dog right now?
Come on, we all waiting on you, Pop.
All right, dog.
That's easy, man. I can take that one. That's no problem.
Okay.
10 fucking minutes. It's already a problem.
He's flying through the pages of the dictionary right now. He's looking up PAWG. And he's like, where the fuck is this goddamn word?
It starts with a D, like in dark ass.
All right, so
Sorry, y'all. I've been missing your messages here. Had to update. These things aren't lining up quite the way I want them, so it's giving me some trouble. All ready to. I had to restart on this damn thing. It's really kind of pissed me off.
The word in which you will spell is the word nicotine. You were bragging about how easy dog is, and you're pretending like I'm being really hot. You can sell something to your butt. Okay, how about cigarette? As in okay. Here it is. Here's a sentence. My dark ass friend smoked a nicotine-filled cigarette with his dog.
Cow.
All right, here you go, Mr. Patterson spelling nicotine. I believe you, Bob. I believe you.
Oh no. Yep. We're up to no good, man. There we go. That's better. What's up, dude? Oh shit. I decided to try doing it this way because my eyes are freaking garbage.
Here's your next word. All right, here we go. You know, I'm not letting him off the hook this season.
Yeah, I can't afford bass strings, so I decided I'm gonna just try and make them. I'm Now this is a vape coil, man, or the starter one. And this is the type I like to vape on. It's a staggered fused Clapton is what it's called, and they're a total bitch to make. The wire that I'm using is like as thin as a hair, as you can see, you know. Damn it, Steve. And me being a perfectionist, this little mess up here will absolutely drive me bonkers. Most people, they don't give a shit about that. But I do, because I'm freaking crazy. Yeah, bass strings are actually really easy to make. They're, you know, I basically just have to make one of these guys, right? But with no space. You know, getting this thing to wrap on here with a perfect space, the way that it is, that's really tough to do. But just rolling it on there, you know, it's super easy. I could probably make bass strings if I wanted to. I could probably make my own, which would be kind of cool, you know, to, you know, make some bass strings and then play on them. Be like, yeah, you know, I made those fucking things.
dog the other day? See this little dog? He's a little dog.
Yeah, we're different. We're a little different.
Started petting him. I go, hey, who was the Secretary of Her Majesty's Navy in 1920? Yes, you were. Yes, you were. Who said we would fight the Nazis on
Nope,
the beach?
I'm missing that guy.
You did. Hey, who left 20,000 men to die in a flash mission during World War I? You did. You're a bad dog. You're a bad dog.
When you got to it, I'm like, this is not the end. This is not the beginning of the end, but it may very well be the end of the beginning. It's a Winston Churchill quote.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, you have a good one too, man. Thanks for dropping through, and saying what up. I'll see you around, man.
For Uncle Alphonse.
Yeah, how's that? Talking to the mic. Pretty good.
Yeah, it seems pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
I believe what he's trying to say is he's a rapist.
Wow, it went from being a joke to actually being scary. You're a foodie. I know. You go to the best, five-star restaurant. Over 1,000 reviews now. Yes, I can tell. Where you head after this? What is the restaurant of choice? Right. So I did actually Alexandra Steakhouse. Yeah, something like that. It was great. It was good.
No one's heard of that. There's 100 steakhouses in Austin. No one's heard of Alexander's. Anyone? Alexander's? No. 0%.
Was it crowded? Was it crowded?
Yeah, it's not real. It was. It's kind of the ad.
You know what it was? Mirrors on the wall. So look at everybody. Look at everybody. Great. So I started a little group, and it was basically just kind of like a gentleman's thing. Where we get together as men, where we're talking shit. What this is?
Eric Belial.
I got a couple mess ups here. That drives me nuts. Oh well. Oh well. All right. Be prepared. You're about to see my ugly face. Oh no. Oh God. Run away. Run away.
No doubt.
So there were 3
Okay.
deaths, 4 deaths.
Yeah.
That guy had 5. That guy had the mustache, all of
Yeah.
them. 2 kids.
Okay.
The suicide, that guy lost his father.
We got a significant portion of this to lay down really good. Some of it looks like hamster shit.
Disability.
He's on disability. Wow, runs all family. And nobody runs in that family.
Joe,
Joe,
how you doing? I can hardly hear you.
I know, as you can tell, even though I'm calling from Aaron's phone, I'm not Aaron because I don't sound like a robot. This is Tony from Kill Tony. Your son's on Kill Tony right now, where it's a special episode where we're calling dads. You're live on the air with Howie Mandel and a million plus people watching.
Well, I feel real bad for all of you. You gotta listen to him. Well, most of the set that he just performed, we weren't listening. He was just sucking somebody off.
My dad's a prick.
That's what he was sucking off. Well, he's just jealous because it'll never be as big as his dad's.
Oh, got some people talking shit on Kill Tony.
You just said that yours isn't that big. Dad, what do you have to say about that?
Well, that means he's got nothing.
What were you drinking or doing any drugs when you made Aaron?
Oh, no, it was mushrooms.
This all
Yeah,
makes
we
sense.
stayed in the woods for a long time. We had a husky, and that's why when he talks, it's
Amazing. Dad, we got to keep it moving. Thank you so much for talking to us. Your son is absolutely killing it. Congratulations. We'll talk again soon. Love you. Bye-bye.
America's Got Talent really let me down. I still haven't gotten my citizenship. So, Howie, I was just wondering if maybe, would it be cool if I fuck your daughter?
Oh, my goodness. You could be Keith Cordis, everybody.
Dating's kind of hard for me because I'm like a Delta pin at a smoke shop. The people who like me prefer the illegal ones. But I still try to have fun with it, and the only picture I have on Tinder right now is of me and Cam. That way, if girls ask which one are you, I can say I'm the black guy. And I had this one girl reply with, I'm not really into black guys. Do you have the white one's number? And I think she was trying to flirt, but being the charming black man that I was offended. What she said was rude and hurtful and shallow. So I sent her a message, and I was like, bitch. I'm actually super white. Can you come over right now, please?
Hell yeah.
What's your ad say?
I got it. I'm coming out with it right now. Old enough to fuck.
Oh, shit. I love it. New Heath Cordis merch. Explain your condition to Howie so that he understands exactly what we're dealing with. How do you...
Explain your condition to me.
Oh, yeah, you're my fault. My bad. Yeah. Yeah, I never washed my hands, so you made the right call.
That's a condition.
Yeah.
That really is.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong with him. Is it? He doesn't
Yeah.
look a little young to you? Isn't that? He knows we're in Florida. You're not from Florida, right?
No, I'm not. I'm from Alabama. There's something wrong with you. for
Okay.
sure.
You're funny.
Thank you, Howie. I think you're funny.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
What is
So this is what we ended up with.
Pituitary shit. That's what I call it. Pituitary shit.
Are you a good swimmer?
Not really. Yeah.
Just a little closer here.
Really.
Okay.
Yeah. T-ball? I'd smash a T-ball. Hell yeah. Yeah.
How long have you been doing this?
2 years.
2 years. You're
Yes, sir.
really good.
Thank you.
And then where do you live? You live here now?
I do, yeah.
Oh, wow. I think
So,
you could
anyway.
do something on television. I would love to do
Not perfect.
a prank show with these guys.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Let's do it, Howie. Yeah.
It's good enough to go in my wife's mod. Won't go anywhere near mine.
This is a great idea.
If you're gonna have an issue
So.
in life, the issue should be
God, my back hurts, man.
you
stupid. I don't think I'm gonna go take a little Tylenol or something.
I'm trying. Yeah.
You like older women?
Yeah, I'd be down.
What's the oldest woman you've ever been with?
I've never been with a single woman, Howie. Yeah.
Howie, how old's your daughter again? Good night, everybody. This is Joe Biden.
So
Wow.
My fellow Americans, I want to thank you for allowing me to be the first black woman president to run this country. Quick shout out to the moderators in the back for keeping this debate going.
There's no moderators. Joe, you're on until something.
injured my hand a little while ago. I think it's been a week ago ish, something like that. And it's
How the hell do you know who Brian Redband is?
I follow him on Facebook.
it's only
Shit is wild out there for you right now.
it's only yellow now. Hey, what's up, CJ? How you doing? I'm back to the coils. I was thinking I was gonna finish this this 28 gauge up here. So that's what I'm doing. How you doing?
This liquid death away. You already have enough death around you, Mr. President. We're gonna.
Yeah, I can't have water after 4 p.m.
Oh, you got half the dishes done. Okay, right on. Well, I'm glad I could provide some kind of service.
Over 250 chance to get pulled out of this bucket.
Even though I wasn't there. I was there in spirit. Hey, what's up, Yui? What's going on, man? Is that how you say your name?
If I pull their name
Yui?
out, I get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and you're the sound
You know,
hitting. That means they
I don't want to,
they bring out the angry Hollywood bear.
I don't want to anger a German, you know. Almost. Oh, shit. What's up? Viola Viola V. Everybody's showing up. Oh, man. So special.
Wait, what in the world?
While I make more coils. Right on. Well, that's cool. 1 second, y'all. I have got to take something. I normally don't take pain medication, but I'm doing it.
What in the world is going on here? Wait a second. Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
Tony, what an unbelievable experience it is. What a great show this could be. Instead, we've got an absolute idiot here running the show.
Hey.
This is incredible. What a shocking surprise. No one more
Look at how gay
shocked
this drink is.
President Joe Biden is.
Super gay.
Trump, I believe you know how the show works, right?
Of course I do.
Surprised it doesn't come with like a complimentary flag.
There's the lovely
What is this? Yes, it's kiwi strawberry.
What a great lady. I talked to her backstage, and wonderful woman. The tits are real. Excuse me. Excuse me. A lot of people are saying.
Oh, do you do you like this stuff? The sparkling ice. You know, they're I think they're good. An umbrella and straw. An umbrella that is a straw. Hey, what are you doing? Come here. How about you get your toy? Get your toy. It's right there. It's right there. Get it. There you go. Bring it here. Or just sit there and chew on it. Okay. I had a wire that I pulled out, and it decided it was there. It is. You're a little jealous. They sell them. You know. Brianna came home with like a flat of them yesterday, or whenever it was. Yesterday, or the day before. Something. At some point, she came home with a bunch.
Alright, Matt Stern going over his time at 1:15.
So.
A lot of references there. How do you feel like that went, Matt?
It was okay, Tom. I think
It was okay, according to you.
It was not. It was.
Maybe I did. Maybe I did steal it. I was talking about you. You know, you don't have to be jealous of the drink. You know, they sell them. You can go buy one. Okay, let me see. Oh yeah, the eyeglasses straws. You know, where you take a drink, it's all like.
He's in New York City?
A fancy garden robot. Is that like one of those things that you can have like in your house, the hydroponic things? And you just grow like your, I don't know, like your herbs and lettuce and whatever in it. It just goes off however often. I went to this house that had one of those for this meeting, and it was kind of distracting. You know, kind of sounded like somebody was flushing the toilet every so often. And it took me a while to realize that it was actually that thing that was making the noise. No, it's a a mowing robot. Oh, okay. Right on. Well, I hope it, let me know how that goes. You know, that'd be kind of cool to have, even though Rihanna kind of enjoys mowing the lawn. I'm sure you guys might think that's kind of crazy, you know, like what? But no, she likes doing it.
Last hookup you had, where was that? How long ago was that?
fucking Connecticut.
Wow.
It was like 5 months ago or something.
No, you can't be too old to celebrate the toys.
So you got pussy 5 months ago.
You could say that.
For a guy who collects bugs, right?
They're not at my local, so actually, no, I can't. Smart ass. Well, I'm sorry.
A sad woman in Connecticut fucked the bug guy. And now she's watching this right now. She's at home going, I fucked that guy. Collects bugs in a jar.
It's like one of those vacuums, but for your lawn. Okay. I think I've seen a video on something like that. There's a couple of them out there. You know, some of them have like, you know, they'll actually bag it up and dump the bag, and you know, I was watching this one video where the guy was like trying to program it. Oh, there's some chick on a freaking motorcycle. Trying to program it to like recognize like its border, you know.
What do you do for work?
Somewhat retired.
Okay, what did you do before you retired?
Software development.
You have serious health problems from years, really
Make
huge.
you enough
Challenge them all. Well, I'm glad you're able to get it then. You know, you know, if we have issues like that, it's good to, you know, help ourselves. You know, now that we've got. The option. I'll forgive you in time.
He's saving his pants for marriage, and I think that's extremely American.
Remote is the app on your phone.
So you've been married twice? Three times you got married.
Honestly, that's not that bad.
Okay, well that's kind of cool. Yeah, this was the I'm sure you know you could probably do that with this one too, but this was like the what he was showing was, you know, you set up like, you know, like the borders of your yard, right? And then it would like kind of go out and do like a test run thing, and then you would like modify it, you know, wherever it would mess up in areas or get caught, you know, or stuck. And then it would just be something that you would set to do whatever, and then it would just come out and do its thing, and you know, whatever. But it'd be kind of cool to you know, drive it like an RC car too. But I'm sure that would eventually turn into some kind of chore, you know. And it would be nice to just not think about it, you know. Oh, okay. So once you joystick it around a few times, it just remembers where it's gone. Right. Yeah. I don't remember the price of this guy's one. It's been a while since I watched the video, but I remember thinking, well, I'm not getting one of those. That's crazy. You know, it might have been that, you know, his video was sponsored or some shit. I don't remember. But I remember being kind of shocked by how much it cost. But to be honest with you, I could probably make one. I have a whole bunch of robotics stuff here that I got from this guy, and all kinds. I've got totes and totes of robotics shit. And this guy's hobby was to make robots. And he was like number 5 from the top at Microsoft. So he wasn't like an owner. Well, maybe he was. I don't fucking know. But you know, just a genius. And he died. And I probably have talked about this a little bit.
What's my next question? Were any of them black? No.
He's the guy whose storage unit I went into, and which was like bigger than my fucking house. And he had what I he had in there what I later discovered to be the makings of a computer museum. And I only discovered that after watching some movie. Well, it wasn't a movie, it was a documentary. And in that documentary, they featured a computer museum, right? And I'm like, these guys are walking through the computer museum, and they stop to point out a few things. But in the background, there's all the shit, right? And I'm seeing in the background all this stuff that I remembered seeing in this dude's storage unit. And they were probably all priceless, right? But since I didn't know what these things were, I didn't grab any of them, you know. I grabbed things like tools, CNC machines, speakers, you know. Husqvarna ones are even more expensive. Cutting them with scissors. Yeah, that you know.
That is very true. There is no doubt about that. What's the gayest thing you ever did, Cannon?
Sure. I mean, you know, spending that much money is worth it if it really improves your life. You know, sure, it's a sacrifice or whatever, but for some people it totally isn't a sacrifice. For some people they're just like, yeah, $2,000, whatever, peanuts, you know. For others it's like they gotta, you know, budget and save and whatever. But you know, some people make crazy money. Some people make crazy, crazy money. Stupid money. Fuck you, money.
I do firmly believe every autistic man should own. Let's get this guy a bump stock, why not?
Is that your first gun, an AR-15?
It's my second. I have a Shadow Systems MR920L.
Jesus Christ.
When they say it like that, you know they mean business, and if you're in the Pittsburgh, you're gonna fuck. I got the floodlights on, get into Sleepy Joe in a minute. We're both gonna be doing a Joe Biden impression. I'd like to see it turn into me. Hit me, Red Man.
No kids in my neighborhood. That's not. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a bad thing.
Red Man, you are a fucking idiot.
I'm Korean.
You know, I kind of like mowing lawns. You know, I did it as a job for a few years, being a landscaper. You know, it wasn't the only thing I did. You know, I planted, seasonal annuals and perennials, and just really just depended on what was wanted. Trimmed a lot of roses, pulled a lot of weeds. Yeah, did it for a long time. On a lot of these properties that had accounts with us, and I actually really enjoyed it. It was cool. Learned a lot.
There you go.
Is that the dream? What was the American dream for you?
Whole milk at reasonable prices.
That is.
All healthy. Very expensive.
You like shoveling snow too?
The price of whole milk's going down, just like you.
That's cool.
No, it's definitely.
There it is.
It's definitely gone up. You watch a lot of porn, Nate?
Yeah.
What type of porn do you like to watch?
What is your condition, Mr. Fries, if you don't mind me asking? What do you want? You want outside? You want to go outside? Go outside? Go potty? So what you want? Go potty? Show me. Go. Go. No, it's not time yet. Go lay down. Go lay down. I've already given you 2 breakfasts. So, no. Can't handle the vibrations.
You want to talk to him?
Yeah, I stopped talking to my dad.
Why'd you stop talking to your dad? Why?
How is it crazy that he said he stopped working at a fucking grocery store, stopped doing comedy, get a real job? I'm a millionaire banker, and my son is a retarded anime pussy. Hey. I'm in character.
Brittany Martinez.
My husband's an Army Ranger. People try and compliment me with freaking buffalo wings and plays Thumbmore with your fucking Clint without washing his hands.
These
That's
damage
fucking
replays.
spicy. Okay, that's what I got.
Okay. He thumbs your clit without washing his hands?
Absolutely, we're dirty as fuck like that.
Oh wow.
And you're
Yeah.
like that.
Arthritis is a bitch, man. I've got that going on my mom's side. I'm not really quite suffering from it yet. But I've seen people, who've had it bad in my family, and their joints get all elephant man looking and super swollen, and it's real painful for them, and
Want to try it here?
I'm just a big fan of the show. My husband got me into it a couple years ago. Honestly, we have bonded over Kill Tony. This is our shit, and we're super into it. We look forward to this shit every Monday.
How will you sign up tonight? One more time for Giovanni Martinez.
One of the things things that pissed me off about racism was how black people get compared to monkeys all the time. I think it's horrible.
Okay.
Bullshit.
Oh, by the way, you said
I think,
that his kid gets mad when asked to do simple shit.
they're more like dogs.
It dawned on me earlier, sounds like pathological demand avoidance.
For
It's a
instance,
common trait
you
in
get a bunch of-
autism and
you get a bunch of them
ADHD.
together, the dogs don't try killing each other.
Is that like similar to
But in ways that they're alike, you can't understand them when they're trying to talk. The female ones are bitches.
I'm trying to think of, there's this other illness that people have, and
You've been doing this, it must be 20, 30 years at this point. That was some of the finest stand-up I've ever heard.
oppositional defiance disorder. I don't know, it might be the same thing, but called different, where you're at, unless you know what I'm talking about and you're like, no, we have that too, this is different. But you know, I knew a kid that had that oppositional defiance disorder. He was diagnosed with that. That was cured with facial spankings. You know, he was just raised in an environment that where he ran the show. Okay, you do have that too, so it's different. He was, you know, his grandmother, you know, felt very, very bad because, you know, he didn't know his mom died when he was very young, and his dad was whatever, and so she just showered him with gifts, and at a very young age, he learned that he would eventually get what he wanted if he raised a big enough stink, right? So to keep the peace in the house, she would just, here, 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 you know, and she was like, you know, why is he like this? Why is he like this? You know, and then takes him to the doctor. Oh yeah, he's got oppositional defiance disorder. And right. And no, just crazy spoiled. You know, cannot hear no, can't handle no, you know, and, you know, who would have thought, you know, facial spankings, and consistency, fixed it, you know, they eventually got sick of his crap, and, you know, he also met me. Hey, what's up? And now I'm not saying he wasn't misdiagnosed, and that, you know, isn't a thing for people that have, you know, something actually wrong with their brain, right? You know, we're dealing with people that aren't normal, right? But
We're up here with the two candidates for the president of the United States. Do you vote, Cam? My guess is absolutely fucking not. What exactly are you voting for? American Idol, GT? What are we talking about here?
I will tell you who to vote for when I just do that. Cam, can I tell you something. I'm good friends with Kodak Black.
Do I know him? Who?
It's a great time.
Yeah,
What do you think of that?
I have a lot to do with the difficult in transitions and routines. I suffered a lot with it as a kid. And has to do the dishes. I not get angry, but I get very upset. Sure. I I know what you're saying. You know, autistic kids can get into routines and they like their routines and all that stuff. But they need to learn that this isn't, life isn't all routines. You know what I'm saying? You might be driving down the road, after you've, finally learned that you need to get a job and all this stuff, and it's like, okay, now I've got a job and I drive this way and this is my new routine. You know what I'm saying? And then somebody hits you in your vehicle, and that's not a time to like have crazy meltdown. It's time to like yeah, worth looking into. Those kids who yes. All right, so Josh, what are you talking about? Canada. Do you know him, Adam? Who are you talking about? Do I know him? Did you say somebody that I missed from falling in reverse?
That's what Austin needs is another great sniper.
No, I don't think so. Maybe, I don't know.
We've got a tower here. You're not gonna believe how.
There's a picture of him on Dallas TX show.
Get dozens
With
of
bands,
people, the authorities.
faces on,
Tell us a secret, JK.
like three. There's a lot of different stages of autism.
So are you
Yeah, that's one of the things that actually is on a spectrum. Yeah, kids are being given too many labeled excuses. Your sister attacked him. I'm your smart dude, but I don't want to deal with legally crap either.
gentlemen, with another high energy, brand new minute, barely
Ronnie,
understandable.
Ronnie Radke.
I see the wheels.
No, I get that. Can't control everything, but what you can control
Drew Nickens here.
is it doesn't hurt anyone. Then you should. For your own sake and others. He's huge in the metal scene, huge band.
He loves you.
Hmm. I'll have to look him up. What's his name? Ronnie Radke. Let me see.
Complete mess that set was. What an embarrassment, truly. Everyone was scared. No one understood him. He frankly came off
Okay,
worse than
let's look at this flea.
including the racist Mexican O2. Sorry, Trump. Sorry, Trump.
No, music groups. American singer and rapper.
Oh shit. Whoa. Hey. Hey. Oh my goodness. What was that? Whoa. Uh-oh.
No, I don't know this dude. Oops. Hey, you gonna do something productive today, like mow the lawn or pull some weeds? Nope. That's different.
Wow. That was,
Take that.
without a doubt,
Take that, you sucker.
That's a hand job from a Sesame Street character. Jody, how many more retarded guys do you have there?
Can't stand hip hop or rap shit. Yeah, I can't. There's some that's good, but the vast majority of rap and hip hop is just cheese. You know.
Bar, everybody, Jacob Bar. Oh my God! Oh shit!
Well.
Oh my God! Okay,
Careful what you wish for.
okay, hold on. We're gonna reset this, Jacob.
What's up, everybody? I had sex today. All right.
He's more metal than anything. Okay.
I use my
So he's like a. Yeah.
It was my beautiful fiance. She's
Oh,
like,
never mind.
she's a beautiful woman. She's a scientist. She's trapped. She's a beautiful woman. Whenever she tells everybody she's a scientist, I'm always like, and I'm her experiment. I'm gonna horribly wrong.
Better than Eminem.
Shut the fuck up. I'm very anxious. Shut
Huh.
the fuck up. All right. I'm totally not an asshole. Now the hands
That's a tall claim.
when you're born without an asshole,
That's a very tall claim.
work good down there. So this, I have to sit when I pee, because the muscle that uses to piss also shits. So if you're in the bathroom, you ever see me standing up to pee, I'm either living on the edge.
I didn't realize the letter. Let's talk about it. How long you been doing stand-up?
About 10 years,
10 years. Where at?
Michigan.
Oh, that makes sense. You've been drinking the flame.
Yeah, I've seen a kid with ADHD before, and there's like something truly wrong with that kid. I think ADHD gets thrown out way too much. Like, I recently was doing stuff at this house that had a kid with ADHD, and the kid was like, you wouldn't have to be like a medical professional to be like, there's something wrong with this kid. This kid is not freaking normal. Because everybody's been around kids. Everybody knows what kids are like. And they all have like more energy than the rest of us. You know what I'm saying? This kid was like pacing in circles, talking to himself, and like, you know, it was all about Pokemon and stuff, but he was just like, yeah, you know, I don't remember the names, right? You taking off Mr. Fry's piece, but it was like, you know, this character does this, and he does this, and when he does this, it's all just totally amazing. It's amazing, and this guy's super fast, and this guy's and he's not talking to anybody. You know, it was like he was like he had done way too much meth. And because I've seen people on the streets that are, you know, done way too much meth, and they're having like the conversation with themselves, and it's just, and they're pacing, and they're, you know, doing that shit. Well, he was diagnosed with ADHD, and they gave him medication for it, and
I know one. That's the only one I know.
and you know, that was him medicated, you know, with his calm down pills. And I was, you know, we go into the house and I'm like, what's up with this kid? And they're like, you should have seen him before. And I'm like, I don't know if I should have. You know, in fact, they, well, whatever. And, you know, autism is on a spectrum and stuff. And so I haven't met all the flavors, right? But this kid didn't seem autistic to me. But yeah, they can be combined. All right, let me catch up on what's going on. I was spinning.
That's an American putting their mind and their heart together to make something happen. That's a true American right there.
I can talk to myself too. It's the way I work out my thoughts.
Absolutely incredible. He's got the right arm in and the left hand out, and he's shaking it all about, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolutely incredible. He is doing the hokey pokey, and that's what it's all about, everybody. Sean D's with the actual instrument for
What if they said this? What if they? What would I say? Okay.
You want to touch it? It's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
I'd love to get my hands on that thumb.
No, it isn't crazy. To talk to yourself. In fact, if you spend enough time by yourself, you eventually will end up talking to yourself. It's a way that you'll actually stay sane.
She tries her best. She sucks then. And then it gets slightly large, and I say, I'm ready to eat it, and
Like that movie Castaway kind of got into that. You know, how Tom, you know, he eventually starts talking to himself, and you know, then he finds Wilson, and but that's a mental protection thing.
I'm not gonna let you have fun in my phone, bitch, and block off my hoes. What the fuck? On your debate the other day, you said illegal immigrants are taking black jobs. What the fuck are black jobs? The illegal immigrants are being extremely loud.
I understand. I'm just relaying to you what these people were telling me about their kid and what the doctor had said. This wasn't like, you know, just people, you know, guessing what was going on with this kid. It was, you know.
What's your stance on abortion? Ask Tony, he's had two.
Wait, what does that mean?
I don't know.
I have babies pumped inside of me?
You one of the men that think they can get pregnant. Like Junior with Arnold Schwarzenegger? Yeah, like that. Remember that? Remember that Jurassic Park 5 or whatever the fuck you said earlier? Trust me.
That was a great joke, and the internet is going to prove that I made a great joke and that this room is tired and done.
David, you're like me. I lost the debate, but you're winning the buffet. All right, follow the way up here. What do you do? I got a white girl pregnant. That's what I did. Is white better than black? Be honest.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Now, that's the type of stuff that's gonna get me a vote for Black Adam.
If you do that crap in front of a professional, they would diagnose you with 7 different things. It comes back to one thing.
Because he was giving us that money during
Are
the
they
pandemic.
happy or
That's
unstable? Oh no, I'm not.
Sorry, 2024.
I don't understand most folks are know-it-alls and know jack shit. Right? No, that's very true. And but those people, you know, will actually hear things from a professional, and they can't be corrected. And you know, it's like, you know, and I'm not one to be like, you know, trust all the experts and, you know, whatever, you know, it's like, who are these guys? You know, I like to you know, do my own research, and you know, often you find that there's conflicting opinions within that community itself, and you know, so whatever. Gay. Speaking of gay, let's have some of this pink drink. Tasty. Tastes so gay. Tastes like pride. Okay. Those things need to be.
It is. It's the theme of Jurassic Park from John Williams. Jerry DeSenchi talking about guys coming. Incredible. President Trump, what do you say when you're about to come?
I say I'm about to come. I'm gonna come. I say, hold on, watch out, because there's gonna be a lot of it. And if there was ever a
She was nonverbal. You know, I've kind of been looking into that stuff too. They've discovered, you know, some of these things. I can't remember exactly what they were, but they're like herbs and stuff that you can give some of these nonverbal kids, and like all of a sudden they start talking, you know. And it's all linked to like, you know, vaccines and all kinds of weird stuff.
Is it just me or the dragons and House of Dragons gotten sexier? Back in the 90s, I actually stumbled upon a famous running back murdering his ex-wife, and I pulled out a cigarette to take the edge off, and he said, "Hey, don't smoke, kid." And I said, "Don't I know you from somewhere?" And he takes this little glove off and says, "I'm O.J. Simpson." A Zin joke. Okay, that's my time. Thought the Zin joke might go a little better. What a shitty crowd tonight, Tony. I've been listening to you fucking pussies for fucking 3 hours or whatever it's been. I mean, I'm actually a huge fan of Donald Trump. So it's so weird you are good tonight, sir. Oh my gosh, how are you?
I thought you did a great job. I thought the Zin joke was incredible.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that was a hell of a Zin joke. I thought it would at least get something in the House of Dragons.
She's an adult now, talks very well. She keeps her circle of people, right? I mean, any chemical going into the body should be criticized to the highest point, right?
Well, at least you got to enjoy some peace and silence during your 60-second set tonight.
To be fair, if it ain't happening naturally, it ain't happening at all. Yeah, you know, the best vaccination against any of these, illnesses that they're trying to fight with vaccines is natural immunity. So the best thing to do is actually catch it and get better. believe it or not. You know, no, I'm not saying run out and catch AIDS or whatever, but, you know, mumps, the measles, chicken pox. You know, I'm sure some of us in here are old enough to remember when, you know, our parents would make us go play with the kid that had chicken pox. You know, and that was because, you know, natural immunity was and still is and will forever be the best immunity. What's going on, Croc? Heard a lot about chicken pox. Yeah. You never got chicken pox? Or you haven't gotten it yet? I heard it's horrible to have when you're older. See, I don't even hardly remember having it now. I've had it. I got it when I was a kid, you know, playing with my cousins who had it. And no big deal, you know. And but I've heard if you don't get it when you're younger and you get chicken pox when you're older, it's pretty terrible. Yeah, that's about how old I was when I got it.
Welcome, everybody. Make some noise for Red Band. Hey, and the best damn band in the land. They are here. Fernando Castillo.
Yeah, shingles.
Carlos Sosa.
Yeah, chicken pox party at the cousins. Yeah, right. So you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, today you've got parents that are just so scared of everything that they're just like, oh my God, keep my kid away from it. It's like you are screwing your kid right now.
It's so hard to remember these fucking Mexicans' names. I work with them every week. It's impossible. I swear to God, you try it. Try it without looking. Remember all four of their fucking names. It's impossible. It's too much. It's too much. We need something to break the fucking. It's just too goddamn much.
Shingles is not ideal. That's no, it's I haven't had it.
$1. There you go. There you go. Ka-ching. We have a great show planned for you. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Let's see if I can make one more coil out of this stuff before it's all gone. So I think there's enough to make one more.
You know, every single week
Ooh, is there enough to make two? Maybe. No, I really don't think so.
And sometimes it's some of the biggest comedians on fucking planet Earth. Tonight, my friends, is both. I am happy to present to you, ladies and gentlemen, for the entirety of his show tonight, your two guests are James McCann and Shane Gill.
I'm making some. I think Americans have normal drinks, or are they all pink? Well, I don't know if they're all pink, but I think they're all gay. You know, almost all the drinks give you AIDS and cancer, some form.
You're goddamn motherfucking right. James McCann, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. What a joy to be here in the kill.
He sounds like that. He sounds like that. That's his real voice. He's from Australia. Shane found in Australia and saved his life.
That's true. It's not a joke. That's true.
He is the host of the James McCann. It's the James Donald Forbes McCann Catamaran Plan. It is the worst name in podcast history.
We're keeping it small.
Americans.
I love it.
We have thousands of drinks.
Shane Gillis is back, ladies and gentlemen.
I was drinking a zero sugar sparkly. Yes.
On Netflix, killing it. His specials on Netflix, killing it. Everything's killing it. We did the Staples Center a couple weeks ago in LA. We had fucking fun.
Things going good. I'm still, depressed.
Yeah.
Honestly, over here sounds crap compared. Over there. I'm sorry. Over there sounds crap. Well, we're working on all that stuff. We're going to clear out a lot of the chemicals that have been allowed in our foods. Oh, right on. Yeah, it's probably just sealed with sugars. Yeah, got to pay health insurance, get seen like that. Big deal. You get what you pay for. The blue Gatorade.
So, he became a legend only a few weeks ago, being the first person to be on the show 8 times in one episode. Ladies and gentlemen, 60 seconds uninterrupted from Drew Dickens.
To be fair, you have guns to protect yourself. No need to use a spatula. Yeah, sure. It's like, hey, somebody's trying to rob me. Stop it. No, fucking pull out. I'm not the one. No bears, huh? Yeah. Well, bears, some people eat bear. I don't think I've had bear, but I've seen the types of parasites that come out of those things. Have you guys seen bear parasites? Like, there's images of bears, like, the ones that I've seen is like there's a bear, like, crossing a, hey, what's up, homegirl? Bear, like, crossing, like, a river, and it looks like it's, blowing silly string out of its ass, multiple streams, no, it's just like many gnarly, dude. I suggest grossing yourself out and looking up the types of bugs that live in the bears, it's burls. Woman over here got arrested because everybody say hi to Yasmin, y'all. She's a sweetheart. Over here, a woman got arrested because an illegal immigrant trespassed onto her home. Guy held the immigrant till police came. Guess who got arrested? Sure. You know. Let me guess what religion the immigrant was. Because they're like protected about the same as the rainbow people. Because despite what's being said, they're all in cahoots.
I love it. So Drew, life is good.
Bam, bam. Oh, I dropped something. Where'd you go? Is this you? That's not it. Where the fuck?
Yeah, you know, they don't need to be real. There's nothing natural about you. Why should we
Stupid.
I love it, Drew. Have you treated yourself with anything on all this great news that's happening? You're going to be a ticket selling superstar.
You don't think he was Islamic? Well, so you think it's just strictly that the person was an immigrant, and immigrants get special treatment.
Well, I mean, what's the band look like? Let's see the band. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. He's made of pubic hair, ladies and gentlemen. There's pubes everywhere. I've never seen pubes start above a belly button before.
So when I got my appendix out about a year and a half ago, I didn't realize that you got to shave before that. So I woke up and they shaved my pubes and it was really hot nurses. So I was like, good Lord.
Did you get hard?
That's how it goes there. Huh. That's becoming a common theme everywhere, it seems. You know, become an immigrant and, you know, get crazy money and housing and, you know, get treated better than the people that live there. You son of a bitch. 41% of Africans are Muslim. Yeah, that blows my mind. You know, considering what Muhammad thought about Africans. Kind of blows my mind. You know, it'd be like if, you know, you could prove in the Bible, right, that Jesus hated white people, right, and everybody that was white, you know, decided they were going to become Christian, you know. You know, think about it. Like, if you could find a scripture in the Bible where Jesus is like, yeah, Satan's a white guy. White people are worth half of every other race. I don't know. I'm over it.
I have to hear you every day. This is getting ridiculous. I am dipped comics though like I had a good childhood. A lot of comics didn't. A lot of them were tied to radiators and shit. Not me. Not me. I had a good stepdad. My stepdad was actually the first person to get me into sports. Like he taught me and my mom how to box. She sucked though. Thank you guys. Yes.
All right, Lucas Cobb. Coming out, guns a blazing. Fuck yeah. What do you do for work?
I'm a longshoreman. I work on the docks.
Okay. Okay, what do you do on the docks?
I kind of drive a big truck and load the boxes on it. You know,
You drive a truck.
I drive a truck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
I'm not over it. I'm just not going to talk about it right now. Believe me. I've partially dedicated my life to the study of these things
I like to put the watermelon in.
because I like to know why people think what they think when they can be, you know, I don't know.
You just confused the guy in the hood. Man, I saw a man sashaying in the park with a club.
They probably thought we were gay. It was me and James.
Yeah.
That homeless guy was probably like, this is too fucking
That's
gay.
why they didn't attack us.
Yeah. We weren't going to a bookstore.
Just being in Austin, my friend made a joke about reading to someone that he said, "You read books, faggot?" That was my first experience in the city. I love it. Good town.
So you live in Portland. You've lived there your whole life?
Yeah.
10 minutes tops. Right. Well,
I might be gay too. I don't know.
we'll see. Let's start a timer.
Yeah. Been through a lot.
You know me all too well.
All right, so
Not gay. Not gay.
Ooh, you're doing a reverse thing tonight.
I'm being nice.
Oh my goodness.
Oh shit. Yeah, so, you know what? Salty's pretty cool, man.
Gillis, attorneys at law. Lucas, tell us something about your life that makes you different.
I dig that dude.
The way you were raised or
He
something.
seems like an alright dude.
Loved meth. My dad loved meth until I was 12 years old, and I didn't know. I really just thought he was fun. I thought he was excited all the time.
Yeah.
He wasn't. He was on meth.
Did he get off meth?
Yeah, he's getting sober now. He's a big AA guy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's kind of worse.
Yeah, it is.
Did your dad get noticeably less fun as a child? Like, did you?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, he stopped like dancing everywhere he went, you know. And now he goes to as many AA meetings as I go to open mics.
Yeah, he's doing spots.
Yeah.
So is he just the most interesting guy at AA meetings with his meth
He-
habit?
He kills. He kills at those.
Do you think,
AA.
asked about you in his meetings? He's been like my fucking days.
Yeah, he kind of mentioned that. Because you know, I'd be talking about something, he'd comment something just fucking goofball, and then he'd comment later and be like, yeah, you know, I don't know, I fuck around a lot, I can't be serious, and I'm listening though. It's all good, man. It's just how I am, man. It's like, dude, you don't have to apologize.
They weren't playing the Celtics. Not in Dallas.
Dallas is, no, I was watching them. You got your ass. It's a viewing party in the stadium.
There are no-go zones for white people in this country. Huh.
I was having sex with them, Tony. I'm from Portland.
Was that weird for you to meet black people if you're from Portland?
This has been the most black people I've ever seen in my life since being in Texas.
Yeah, there weren't a lot of
Huh. Why? Why are there no-go zones for white people?
You guys take them all the time.
here.
What do we?
I was a UPS driver. I could drive a truck well. You know what I mean? I'm wearing 2 chains still. You know.
Okay, represent.
That's right. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm fucking with you.
Your last name is
Crazy religion people.
Did you have an urge to
I'm guessing they're not Christian.
those guys?
You're right. Bucket pull. Here's a big joke book. Lucas Coffey, ladies and gentlemen, getting it started out of the bucket tonight. That's a hell of a start. Thanks so much for Lucas. Podcast is sponsored by Shopify. Spaghetti and meatballs, Abbott and Costello, Hinge
It's not kind of the Christians'
Your business. Well,
methods to their madness to be like, yeah, we're gonna make it unsafe here for for a particular race. You know. Oh man. That is fucking perfect. We like these. We like these ones, boys and girls.
everybody. Jeffrey Lee. Oh shit, look, it's the lovely Heidi, everyone.
Oh, that just scratches my crazy so good. Right, so they're starting to move into our smaller communities now. Enclaves, Nobel songs, dismissed up, UK. Separation of the sites, Canada, so you can imagine. Orlando is pretty concentrated. Huh. Yeah, that's bullshit.
That's great news. That's great news. I gotta make a real concerted effort around these parts.
Absolute bullshit. I've seen a few building projects, right, that have been proposed by Muslims, right? And what they want to do is, is basically going to be like a small community type city type thing, right? And in order to enter, you have to like kind of go through, I'm guessing it's some sort of interview process, right? You have to prove whether or not you are Muslim or not. And if you aren't, you have to pay a tax in order to enter. And that is totally Sharia law type stuff. That's something that they, or the beginning of Sharia law. Because according to Sharia law, you know, like you can be a different religion, but you have to pay a tax, and they will offer protection to you, right? But it's kind of like an oxymoron, because it's like, who are you protecting us from? Not from people who aren't Muslim. You know, you're paying to be protected from you. You know, we will pay you so you won't kill us, right? And but that's not how they package it. You know, they're like, all you do is you pay this tax, and we offer you incredible protections. You know, blah 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 blah. It's like, well, that's not how it's kind of written out. You know, but that tax, I believe it's called the jizya. That only lasts until Jesus returns, their reinvention of Jesus. And once Jesus returns, the tax is no longer available, and they then are allowed to just go and kill everyone. True story. Too cold for most people up in the northern regions as far as living. These are the infrastructure to support communities north. We have Sharia compliant mortgages. Muslim gets interest free. See, that's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. And I'm guessing only Sharia. You know, there probably isn't Hindu or Christian or whatever, you know, but this all plays into end times type stuff. You know, because, you know, there's a particular environment that has been prophesized for around 2,000 years, right? And, you know, that becoming worldwide is really the only way that these words could make sense. So it eventually will get everywhere. That's just all there is to it. All right, let me share this with you. Yep, only them. Well, like I said, the people that run the show. Wait. Thing of beauty. Where are we here? Oh, little fuck up right there. Oh, God. But, oh, it's spinning.
That's a day ago. Oh, yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, there's a pus bubble on the bottom there. Any chance, this is a crazy question, the Kill Tony actual doctor out there? Is there a doctor? What kind of doctor are you? Physician assistant. Can you diagnose with that?
Oh. So nice. I love it.
James, what was your question? What you asking?
No, I said he should heal himself, but we should get this. the pest scares. I'm the closest to it, and I feel the most weird. I think physician assistant is good. You know, I mean, no one else spoke up, so I apologize.
Well, thank you.
Is there anyone higher ranking
Oh.
than a physician's assistant? Make some noise.
Well, hi. There we go. Sorry, you're just looking at a plant and a wall.
Okay. There's a spokesman for the audience. That's all we got. He checked everybody's occupation. So it's down to a physician's assistant.
Yeah. I wish I had a machine that did this. Perfect.
So physician's assistant, can you have a diagnosis of that? Okay,
Shit.
sir. Jesus, turn around. What would the diagnosis on this be? She put on her glasses for this. Cellulitis. So what would you need for that? Some peptides.
Antibiotics. Anybody have antibiotics?
I've also got a thing on my foot.
Oh, thanks, y'all. Thank you. I worked so hard. Okay, so I think I'm going to replace the one that's in Rihanna's. It's kind of full of juice right now, so I gotta vape that down. Zebra plant, is that what that is? Yeah, I've got a few plants in here that I don't know what the hell they are. Zebra plant. I don't know. There's a couple plants that are coming up that are being called zebra plants. But let me see. Let's pull up images. Boing, 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 boing. No, boing, boing. I mean, there's. None of them look like that one. I bet Rihanna knows what it's called. There's another one over here too. Its name is Francis. That's what she named it. And it used to be at her work, but it was really, really starved for light because of where it was placed. And it's not, it's recovering. So it looks like dog shit. But that one, is doing pretty well. We've got the pothos there in the window. And that thing used to be in a fish tank that was downstairs, and it made it all the way up the stairs and then found the east facing window and ended up making leaves, which were, I'm not shitting you, I'm gonna have to scoot you back to show you this shit. Like, the leaves were like this big, just massive. I'm not shitting you. The leaves were like that damn big. And we eventually wanted to get rid of the fish tank. So we removed the plant, and what's left of it is just in the window. And you can kind of see pieces of it. Like the leaves over here, that's like kind of normal. But these big ass ones, not that those are crazy big, but
So, people tell me all the time that I have chicken legs. like it's a choice. But how else am I supposed to talk about it?
Yeah, I'd never seen pothos leaves get as big as that one did. You know, whatever. You know, they really like
There's one black lady right now.
cichlid.
Take her eyes off them,
Shit.
and she's on the keyboard.
She probably lovingly called it an elephant ear plant, but I've heard that name before too. I think there might be actually a plant called elephant ear plant.
I feel like WWE
Elephant ear
is just
plant.
like a female orgasm. If
Okay.
I'm enjoying myself, I don't really care if it's
So.
fake or not.
Jake Coulter. I'm gonna cut you off right there.
So this is like
Wow. Amazing set. Absolutely incredible. Is this your first time on the show?
Yes, sir.
Welcome, Jake. That was an absolutely incredible set.
and that's an elephant
How long
ear
have you been
plant.
doing stand-up?
Since September.
That's
September.
pretty burly.
I love it. How old are you?
I am 25.
25. And what is you have some kind of like
You're a dog.
or something? You got a little wobbly left hand and a little speech symptom. What's going on with you?
I am very nervous.
Oh, that's it. That's it. I thought you were gonna say cerebral palsy.
You want outside, pretty girl,
We could say that too.
or do you just want like 100 more snacks? Let me see what time it is.
I'm not a doctor, but it could.
It's close enough. You can have a.
The physician's assistant here. Physician's
Yeah,
assistant.
right. Yeah, they love the fish poo. Go. There you go, shithead.
Everyone may be worried. There's going to be too much of that legs here tonight.
I had no idea that happened, but now I'm worried about it.
Dun, dun, dun. 100 snacks. Speaking of snacks, I'm gonna start on my 100 right here.
So that day was actually the first joke I ever told, and I wound up just going to a random open mic at the Signature Bar in Richmond, and
Okay, sure. Yeah, send it to me in the Discord.
Signature Bar is the name of the bar. Richmond is right outside of Houston.
Is that a very black population or?
Well, yeah,
Because
I didn't realize until I got on stage, 'cause I was
for me to do anything with it here, it would shut this down and
my set over and over and over again.
it'd be lame.
And my whole set was about being a white guy dating black women. I was very successful seeing when they married me, but the credit score was getting higher. And I was like, the credit cards, like, they were college applications, because I didn't know they affected the credit score.
Does he take it into the porta potty?
So, Jake, is that true? You date black people? Really?
I know.
This is
Like for real? You just go in there and start pushing growlers or what?
I've been with, like,
Oh, he didn't use it. Okay. So, yeah. Some of the gnarliest porta potties I've ever seen were out at the refinery. Just burls.
A little bit different out there. Pete Matthews has heard enough. He's going to get some black pussy right now.
Burly, burly, burly. Gnarly, gnarly. You want outside? I'll let you out back. You can go out back. Okay.
Because darker colors absorb more heat.
Yes, somehow this is the most racist part of your Go ahead.
So the same thing applies to skin color.
We know where you're going with this.
Yeah.
We're already ahead of you on
Where
this.
did you find this information? ChatGPT.
He went to Chat BET.
I got a surprise visit from one of my homies yesterday, Joel. First he called me. He was like, "Hey, I'm just calling to let you know I'm in your driveway. I'm using your hose." It's like, "Oh, what's going on?" It's like, "I just walked through the field. I'm covered in dirt."
I just do what I'm told.
Yeah, Joel. He's a twin, actually. And I was like, "Sure, man. You know, whatever. Wash off. I don't care." I was like, "I'm home. You know, if you want to, you know, come in and say hi." He's like, "Oh, you're here. Okay. Right on. Well, I got Bessie May with me. That's his dog." And no, it's Jake. Jake and Joel. And so he comes in, saw that I was doing this shit, and you know, talked a bunch of shit. He was like, "Oh, are you vlogging? Are you streaming? What's going on here, you fucking moron?" It's like, so he came in, just left his dog outside, walk around, do whatever, and you know, dog's fine. And hung out for a minute, then he ended up taking off. But it was cool to see him.
Are they all nervous too?
You fucking shitty sleeps? What the fuck was that? I'm not good at impressions. I'm not an impressionist.
No, he was just going out to he was going out to check on her. You know, I don't know exactly what happened when he went out there. He went out there for, you know, longer than as if she was like just in the yard, you know. But so I don't know. Yeah, you know, I doubt she got lost or anything. He lives just up the road, so you know she might have just walked home, and he might have walked home and been like, "Oh shit, the dog's here. Well, I'm gonna let her in the house," and I don't fucking know, you know. But he came back in and was like, "Right, man, I'll see you. You know, love you, brother. You know, whatever." I've known that dude since he was in first grade.
Where do you live? In McDade. Why you got really nervous there?
In McDade?
In McDade.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
it's called McDade.
yeah, I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah.
Hey, man, Joel, him and Jake, they both raise their dogs a little different, you know.
Absolute fucking baller. With your little wobbly left hand.
You know, they just let them loose. And the dogs, they, you know, they hang around, you know. They might, you know, walk a little this way, walk a little that way, but they're just getting their sniffs in, you know.
Oh shit, cerebral palsy. Oh, Shane giving you permission to do the movement. Whoa!
Okay, let's
to use both hands on a microphone, and you just got permission from the true Mac Daddy of both hand microphone holder.
There you go. It works.
right.
On this day,
You know, if they get raised that way,
amazing interview. Here's a big joke.
you know, they you know, you don't end up with a dog that gets lost. You know what I'm saying?
Amazing. We're having too much fun here. We're gonna get one more bucket pull out of the way here. We're gonna meet them all together. We got a lot of momentum right now. Make some noise. 60 seconds from Ava Flores, everyone. Ava Flores.
All right, thank you very much. So, I'm Mexican, and it's a good time to be Mexican.
And I get it. You can't do that everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Some places you just can't let your dog out and let it do its thing. You know, somebody will pick, you know, city or whatever. You know, somebody will pick the dog up, and but here, you know, you can. Right, do that.
But just because I speak the language doesn't mean I know every word.
We'll see ya.
For instance, the word birth. I have no idea how to say.
Tell Ethan I said what up. Bam. Okay. We are going to put a new build inside of this piece.
Really good to be here, man. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame you're not being shot in the head as well at a show.
This is yeah, right. It can go that way too. You know, where you know, sure. It can get a little too country, right? Or not country, but wilderness. Get too wild.
Sure. What do you do for work?
Well, I tutor people in Spanish, algebra, geometry, things like that.
Okay. James McCann.
When you said Hatfield family expert judge, you know what I mean? What did you mean by that?
Yeah.
The ones who were born in the Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right.
So you were born here. Right, right. Well, I don't, I'm asking you. Yes, that is correct.
All right. This is a different RDA with a completely different build deck. So I'll show you this bitch. You need a pickle. There's nothing wrong with a pickle. Pickles are mighty tasty. Okay, I'm going to see if I can set this up a little bit different.
Never taken a class. Done like music videos and stuff like that. So like music. Been in a couple of other.
Look at that mess. Okay.
One time I put a guy named Mo. He was like
Get over there. Bunch you guys over here. Which one of these guys actually has juice in it? So this one's freaking empty. You can go in the trash. Garbage. All right. Your garbage too. Wait, wait, wait. Got a couple extra coils here. I don't know if I'm going to keep them. All right.
Pretending to be a black woman, telling him what to do in the bedroom.
Coil Master, what does it do? Well, it's essentially a building station, right? Like the old school ones was this, right? Like you could take a piece of wire, right? And you could, stick it in here, and this would grab your wire, right, like this. You tighten it onto the wire, and then you could take your wire, bend it up, and then wrap your wire around this guy, like that, and then do that, smash this together, and then you could have your coil, right? And then you'd have your leads right here. You can cut this off, and then you'd have your two leads, right? Kind of like how there's two leads coming off of this guy, right? And also, you had this threaded portion here that you could, screw your RDA on, set it down, and build on it. But this is a janky, flippy, whatever. And whatever. It's a piece of shit. But back in the day, this is what we had, But this right here not only is a building station, but you can turn it on, right? And right here in the little indicator thing, it shows you how much battery you have left, because it takes batteries, right? And it tells you that there's no NON, there's no build in it, right? Let me see. Okay. And just to show you real quick, what I can do is take this guy and stick this in here, and just as shits and giggles, stick that in here, stick this in here, and now it recognizes that there's a build, even though it's just a wire going across, not actually a coil, right? but it recognizes that there is a build, and this ohms out at 0.20 ohms. And sometimes you don't have your build in there quite right. You know, that's not making a connection. So I can disconnect. Let me back out a little bit here. I can, you know, disconnect it over here, right? And now it's like, oh shit, there's nothing there. But you touch it and it starts to recognize it again. But you know, the connection isn't that great. But you can also switch it to this side and see how it turns red. I can push this as a button, and it will actually heat the coil in this spot, which is really good for building. So how many wraps is this? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wraps. That is a hell of a lot of wraps for this thing. Whole hell of a lot of wraps. And you can install it like this, or you can install it like that.
Abe, here's a little joke book. Congratulations.
If you install it like this, you know, if you push it down, it'll tighten the wraps. If you install it like this, it'll kind of loosen the wraps before it begins to tighten them. It will, but you can kind of see how it will do that. It'll loosen them before it begins to tighten them. But I think I'm going to go in that way. I don't know if I'm going to use this many wraps, because you can see the airflow on the side here. You know, you don't really want to be wider than that, right? So I'm going to start with taking off one on each side here.
Right now, today, I was in Spokane this weekend, and I usually talk about where I was. And Spokane, Washington is a terrible fucking place.
That looks like it's about right. I'm going to let the damn dog in. It looks like she came to the front. She did. Ooh, sneaky bitch. What are you doing? Get your toy. Get your toy. Right here. Here's your toy. Get it. Okay. So this is now, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on that side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on this side. So and what's cool about this RDA is what holds the things in here are springs. You know, push this down and it opens up a space down there, and these springs are freaking tight. Really, really tight. There are other spring RDAs out there. This is basically the best one I've ever come in contact with. All the other ones, they're kind of garbage. Like, the concept is cool, but they're just not executed well. Shitty springs. You know. Like this thing, the springs are so intense that it's almost kind of tough to build with, which is a good thing.
Carter's gone. I want to say, I've been in Austin for a couple months now. Cam, you're my favorite person who does, though I haven't seen you before, does comedy. Right. Thank you so much. I love you too. Everybody knows who else. Much love. Thank you so much. I love you too, bro. That is.
Pull some of that out.
I mean, also, like the moral of this
Pull some of that out.
evil, but you're so charismatic.
Yeah, that's love. Hell yeah.
You have about 8 minutes on an abortion.
I
It's
do.
really funny.
Thank you. People hate that joke.
Yes, because you're talking about how much you love abortion.
Yeah, my mama hate that joke. My
Yes, because
mama,
you're killing her grandchild.
well,
Still,
but it's still real. You know what's fucked up about that? She didn't know I was gonna have the abortion at all. She didn't know about the abortion at all until she was scrolling through TikTok. And they found that I killed my grandbaby. So
Yeah. That's how some people find out that their
Yeah.
child has been murdered.
yeah, I didn't want to tell her she was gonna make it real sad for me. Huh? I mean, I didn't do it. If it's this
Yeah,
way,
you can get hot legs. You can get the shit to jump across in the middle. But what you want is an even heat, just to go, super smooth. That's ideal. But when you're doing these complex builds, you can kind of see a hot spot right here. Right through here.
Did the guy sitting next to you just find out? He did lean over like, wait, what?
I don't know if it's going to show up. You can barely see it. See it? That really bright spot? You get rid of that by rattling the wires.
Crazy episode of the show tonight.
it's just been wild, bro.
This is we're really pushing the limits here today.
It's truly been insane to watch.
Cam, what else is going on in life?
Shit, man, on the road trying to figure it out. Man, it's been pretty fun. The road's been a good time.
Yeah, you're killing it. So where can people get tickets again?
On my Instagram, go to my Instagram, go on my bio, put it on. I got like a what is it called? I got a coma, big stream.
Oh, there you go.
I got a coma, hell yeah. Go to my IG and shit, man.
So,
There you go. Marketing
Yeah.
genius.
I ain't really. I don't know. I don't have to promote myself for it. Don't see the thing. I don't know, man. I don't see it. I be talking about that shit. I like the road. Story in the road.
Have you looked at Patterson.com? Have you even looked at that?
I think that's it. I think it's
ooh, that was pretty burls.
It's Cam So Funny, right? I think so.
Cam is so funny.
You don't do that.
KAMSOO Funny. That's it. SLO.
What is happening? Oh, I see.
Did you skip over trying to spell funny?
We are touching over here.
I got Summer wrong. We did not try funny.
I can spell funny as fantastic.
F-U-N-N.
The last word. The last one. Why?
What do we got? It's not Cam so funny.
Either of them.
No,
That didn't fuck everything up here with this thing.
Put two O's.
gotta put two O's. You have to spell it incorrectly.
So funny. That's it.
Nope.
Ooh, that could have been terrible.
Store dot Cam so funny.
What happened
Just do it. We're not
is, see this right here? This is an insulator. And the wire, which is touching this, which is the positive, which is insulating that from this, which is the negative, came through and touched. Ooh, that was highly homosexual.
Oh my god. Red band. Oh, it does. Okay. Technically, it goes to. Yeah, it kind of pops up. It's a real shitty website. Huh? Oh, no. It's all good. Alright, we're back to the button. You guys having fun? Here we go. We're going to meet another one all together. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Dylan Jarbo, everyone. Dylan Jarbo.
There's a lot of protests going on in Austin
Sorry, I can't really read the comments right now. I got the phone off to the side, and so doing this is not in my way and shit. So if it seems like I'm ignoring you, I'm not. I'm just not looking because I can't see. All right, so let's try and clip a bitch. It's pretty close.
Bring back Hit My Ride. This time it's just for people who live in their car. What's up, Kevin? We heard you're homeless. You put a microwave in your trunk. Figure it out. I never struggle. We didn't have a lot of money growing up when I was a kid. Every night for dinner we had macaroni or cheese. I always picked cheese. Actually, I had a job interview recently. You never will stick out. He asked me, Dylan, what do you bring to the table? I said I'd bring another table. You're hired. Welcome to Rooms to Go. Thank you. Dylan Jarbo. Welcome. You've been on this show before,
Okay.
right? Fantastic. How long have you been in stand-up? About 8 years. 8 years. And you do this for a living? What do you do? No. I have an IT job. Work from home. Okay. Work from home. I love it.
Okay. I think I'm going to actually move this in front of me because that'll make things easier.
Dr. Drew and I talked and we had a great conversation. Oh, okay. That was at Stanfest? No, that was here.
So this is about how long it would take to heat up on a mech. Way too long.
All right. So you have OCD. What else about you? Tell us. Yeah. I lost like 30 pounds since the last time.
All right, so now I gotta wait for it to cool off because that is a massive coil. But whatever. The coil itself is like a wick. Because of the type of build it is, so I'm not too worried about that.
Diet pizza. Yeah, I thought it was diet pizza. It's not. Right. So how many famous movies?
Okay.
4. Including me. I count myself.
So.
I know.
Oh man.
So it's 4. So you can't do 3.
Yes, I'm rebuilding yours, baby.
You gotta cut out the foxtrot and the waltz for this man, so he can't have any.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Well, I was confused. Maybe I'm fucked up. Didn't you say? All right. Yeah.
This is years ago. I still What's the worst that this has affected?
Viola the arsonist. Well, at least she's she recognized that about herself. She made life adjustments, and now everybody is safe.
There's been some stuff when I was driving.
What do you mean?
I'd be going like down the highway and
Cotton's fine.
touch the back, like the window, the back. I'd be driving to an open mic, you don't touch it, you're gonna bomb. And I'd be going 8, reach back real hard. You just have to touch the window. The back again years ago, yeah. Passenger side window. No, like I've lines on driver's side back window. You had to touch the window, or else you were gonna bomb.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
We just had somebody pull up next door that looks meth-tastic. Yeah, it's organic cotton, so it's, full of bugs and dirt and, all kinds of good stuff.
What was her first date? Our first date was down Hotel Vegas, down the street. She's a tech gal. She makes twice my salary. Yeah. There you go.
This is cotton bacon, dude. This is organic Japanese cotton.
Man, I got a feeling if you don't stand on one foot right now, she's gonna die tonight.
Wow.
I'd be a very lucky man.
Do you only stop with 4 fingers or?
All right, let's turn this off so I don't accidentally push down this. I've done that. I've been pushing this stuff through, and I've done that shit, and I've just roasted this stuff because it was dry. All right, so how was that? I think we're a little tight. So come back this way a touch. There we go. I think that's perfect. All right, so. All right, so that goes down to the bottom of the well. Beep, 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 beep. And then this guy about down there. Here we go. Right? Yeah, a little haircut.
I took Pilates class online.
So when you take it online, what does that mean
It's
exactly?
just YouTube. Stupid.
Right, but like you like, dude, what do they have to do?
All right. So what I'm gonna do is take this piece of shit, of absolute shit, and poke this down inside.
I'm really not. It's trouble.
Is it?
From tits up, I look great. There's a lot of low stuff.
Man, do you know what I would give to look good from kids up? That's the, if you go in a pool, that's perfect. You just stay here. I gotta stay here.
I got a great ocean body.
You already have a joke book?
I did. Hey, I would love to have you on the secret show first. Wow, look at that. Look at that.
Dylan Jarbo. There he goes. There goes Dylan, everyone.
We got another name. We gotta keep it moving. Make some noise for your next comedian.
Sound like my grandpa bought a Toyota, huh?
It's such a breath of fresh air. Make some noise for your next comedian, Trey on stage, everyone. Trey
Which is kind of
on
funny
stage. There you go.
because he drove a Hyundai.
Whoa. Hello. How y'all doing, man? Last night I got a little too drunk.
And he was in the fucking Korean War.
That thing really sucks when that happens, especially when your passenger is right there. I dated this black chick recently. It was pretty cool, man. She told me that her husband died. I was like, that's no bueno.
Right. That's why I said, and he was in the Korean War. He was just ultra racist.
A morning person, really? The only time I feel like
You know.
it's appropriate is funeral.
You know, wops, gooks, ragheads, zippers, zips. You know, he had all the words. You know, the ones that I can't even remember. You know.
How do you kill a gang of clowns? Ganging for the juggler. All right, thanks for all that.
Trey on stage. Welcome, Trey. How are you?
Pretty good. How you doing, man?
Is this your first time on the show?
Yes, sir, it is.
Well, welcome. How long you been doing stand-up?
About 6 months.
6 months. All of it here in Austin, Texas?
Yes, sir.
Is this where you live? This is where you're from?
Know where I'm from, where I live.
Where are you from?
All right.
How long have you been here?
Well, about 6 months.
Okay, 6 months, and you came here to start stand-up comedy.
Yeah,
How old are you?
I am 38.
So what made you start now?
My brother, he wanted to get into it, and he was like, you go check it out. So I was like, all right, I will. And for some reason now I'm doing it. I love it.
So, well, where did your brother?
He's in
know this?
He's in Baton Rouge.
He's at Baton Rouge, and he told you that you should should do this?
Well, he basically suggested that I look into it, and I took it a little bit more literally. I said, okay, let me go try stand up, and so I just did just that.
How's it been going for you?
Pretty bad.
So you're having fun doing it?
I'm having a great time.
And what do you do for a living?
Well, right now I'm in between jobs, but I'm professionally a firefighter.
Ooh, a firefighter. And you don't have a firefighting job here yet?
Not yet, no. Other than,
But you were in New Orleans.
no, I was a firefighter in Houston.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
Okay. A lot of fires to put out there. What's the greatest, craziest thing you've ever done as a firefighter?
CPRs, probably. A lot of times that's probably the saddest thing to see, but it's also, you can get them back.
And you've gotten people back before.
Yeah.
You put your lips right up to their mouth. No? How do you do it?
We have something called a BVM. It's a bag valve mask. You basically put the mask onto them and get a nice equal flow of oxygen.
You just put a BBM on this crowd, huh?
Yeah, right.
okay. I didn't check what the build ended up being.
Did you ever see the captain tree?
No, a parrot though.
A parrot?
Yeah.
You need to save it.
That's fine. I know, right? That's good.
You ripped it out of a tree.
Were you ever in one of the 6C calendars?
No.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
I didn't make it.
I like having juices that have a little bit more PG.
Just the hot ones. Do I sell them? No.
You're the big girl wagging the flag.
They just taste better.
Exactly.
All right, so this is a 0.47.
That's right.
You know, a little higher than I like, but should be great for flavor.
Surrounding area.
Is this where you live?
Yeah, bigger clouds.
You moved exactly the opposite. No, he was in Houston 6 months ago, right?
And
A little over 6 months.
really
How long have you been in?
smooth. You know,
What made you stop?
VG is harsher. You know,
Basically, I'm coming by way of Santa.
which is, you know, there's some people that are like 50-50. You know.
I'm basically from the military. I was in the military as well. So
Is that why your brother has sent you on a reconnaissance mission? I'm still very confused by that.
if I was, I didn't know it.
He wanted to do stand up and said you should go check it out.
Yeah, so he wanted to do it. Yeah.
And then he was like, you go first. That's fucked up.
So basically, that
He wasn't military or firefighter.
no.
Yeah, coward.
Yeah.
You did this too. He's still sitting home going, man.
I can't even believe this is happening right now.
What branch of the military were you in?
The Navy.
And did you ever get to go on tour?
I did.
Where'd you go?
I did, let's see, China, Dubai twice, India, Australia.
You ever kill any bad guys or just a parrot?
Nope, that's enough bad people.
Never killed anyone. What'd you do in the Navy exactly?
I was something called AZ, so aviation maintenance admin, colorblind.
You're colorblind.
I am.
Wow. D Madness is jealous right now. Colorblind, I don't even know what the color is. What the fuck?
D Madness with his regular ass glasses.
Let's turn this down a bit. See what okay. So at 30 watts.
There's nothing funny about being a good. Oh yeah, we called it our first day.
With this? Okay. Turn off the fan. This isn't a cloud atomizer, it's a flavor atomizer. Let's see what you can see here.
That is true. Nothing but trouble. We're not going to repeat what that
fact, let me do a little side shot here.
The Chinese government. I was talking about the Chinese government, not the people.
Perfect. That solves all of our problems. Incoming nuclear bomb. Here we go. I love it. So straight on stage, your brother wanted to do stand-up. He said, you should check out this show, Kill Tony. And you're like, I'm going to go. I'm going to start stand-up. I'm going to go to Kill Tony. I'm going to try to get on. Has your brother even attempted an open mic or anything like that?
So nothing crazy with this thing, but it tastes good. It's a little cottony still yet, but it's only 30 watts. Now this thing is another beast entirely. This thing is 4 clouds. I'll put a little bit in this, but I'm going to rebuild this thing too, because the coils that are in it are from actually a previous build, but I didn't have any coils to put in. But now I do, so I'm going to put some brand new coils in it, and we'll try this angle. Will I be doing coils later? Yeah, probably. I basically used up the wire that I was building with. I mean, I might be able to make something out of this. You know, I might be able to make 1 more, 2 more out of this piece here. But then I'll be out of this particular wire, and I'll have to move on to the stuff that I just bought. But that stuff is it's harder to build with, like undeniably harder. So, why are you taking off, CJ?
Incoming guitar. We got the
My batteries are almost dead in this thing.
The shit's going down. D-Madness somehow knew that the guitar
Calm
was
down,
about to
Dougie.
hit him in the face. Fucking world's quickest blind person. Here, get a little more out there. Get back up there. Let the people see you, Trey. You're on stage, Trey, on stage.
Yeah.
Here he is.
This is only at 75 watts. It goes up to 200 watts. Jump up. So, you're a good girl. Yeah, you're a puppy dog and all that stuff. What do you see? You see nothing? You want to go get nothing? Yeah. Get your toy. Bring it here. Bring it here. Or just sit there and chew on it. Yeah, it is. It is methy. You know. No, that's not for you. Quit. She's booping the sausage bag. No, that's not for you. You leave it. It's not for puppy dogs. Alright, so let's see how much juice is left in this thing. I pretty much cleared it out. So, we're going to get rid of what's in here and put in some brand new coils. The TV is getting to be too much. Oh, you want me to turn the TV off? There you go. Done deal. I turned it on so it wouldn't be just me. There. Is that better? you know, I kind of figured, you know, maybe I'm a little boring. All right, so we'll get rid of that. And put you in here. An old coil. Bloop. And bloop. Now, I'm going to grab you. I hear talking outside. Now this is all empty. I'm going to give this a little quick rinse. Yeah, no problem. Okay. I'm going to use you as a poker. That worked pretty good. I'll put you over here. And that can go over here. You guys can just be together. Tool. You can go there. Put you over here. You over there. And put you back over there. Now the dog's not worried about it anymore. These tools. Kill Tony is funny sometimes. Just annoyed me last night when we were eating dinner. Yeah, he's an impersonator. It's Shane Gillis. I don't know if you're familiar with that comic, but you know, he basically pretends that he's Trump and makes fun of him. Okay, baby. Okay. Okay, baby. Oops. Okay. I'll put this down like that. Yeah, no, Trump is, you know, you know, despite what people think about him, I think he don't really give a shit. Trump's actually pretty funny too. I know that there's so many people out there that you know, hate him so much that you know, they won't even laugh at him when he's like being funny. But you know, I don't know. Trump, I think, is kind of a goofball. I can't tell if they're just being loud or arguing next door. The chick is whatever her name is. I can't remember. She, you know, I've talked to her a few times, but she's kind of a loud chick. All right, so let's see here. Let's get some matching coils out. If you saw the chick next door, you'd probably understand why somebody pulled up that looks so meth-tastic, because she looks meth-tastic herself. Nice girl, right? You know, she's totally nice and everything. She's done the deeds. So, let's see here. Put you into there. You haven't heard her this morning. I was on a different live show, and the neighbor kids' parents were out there screaming their full heads off. Oh, that's always nice. You know, it's crazy. You had to leave. That's too bad. You know, it's too bad that they're living that life. Did Viola take off? I didn't see her say goodbye or anything. Do I know a streamer named Elm Tree? Not that I'm aware of. No. Something Mossad. Huh. Hmm. Alright, we're going to tighten this down a little bit, not much, because I still want to be able to adjust what's going on here. Okay, maybe. Okay. The what you want to do is have the center of the coil centered over the airflow. You know, so when the air comes up, it wraps around evenly. Anyway, she sits on her she sits on her back deck during the day. Has a lot of birds and stuff. Oh, okay. But there's also there can be like bullshit going on because of where she does her thing from. Yeah, right now it sounds like there's kids playing outside too. See, I have a house that's right here. It's the last house on the road. And there's people upstairs and there's people downstairs. And the chick downstairs, she's the girl I was talking about before, who's, you know, real nice and friendly and stuff, but she's has some visitors that look like, you know, less than reputable individuals. And, you know, she looks like she used to party pretty tough. And the people that live upstairs is this Mexican family, and they have children and all that. So we can end up hearing the kids, and you know, whatever. It's whatever. I don't give a shit. Okay, we are looking pretty good. I just need to do some adjusting here. Okay. Right, you know, as long as it doesn't sound violent. No, it's just playing and playing sounds. Some kids, you know, when they play, they sound possessed. Yeah, you know, kids playing outside used to be like a normal thing. Well, I'm serious though. You know, they seriously sound like demonic or something. You know, something's going on. It's weirdness. Right. I mean, you can really geek out on this stuff, trying to make things absolutely perfect. But you know, the more you vape, the more you realize little tiny adjustments can actually mean the world. Oh, you live in a quiet building? Well, that's nice. Um, is it mostly old people? You think you're all sad? Okay, that one is like perfect. Just stay there. See, these are kind of spaced out. I don't really like that. I like them to be together, but sometimes it's hard to get that to happen with these types of builds. Um, it can just be a bitch, you know. Okay. Well, that's nice. You know, it could be, you could be in a situation where that's not the case, and you're living with people that just annoy the shit out of you, and it's a constant thing, and um, arguments and just all the problems that some people just have to deal with. I get online and I see other people's situations that they just think is normal, and it's like, dude, I'd be like losing it. Well, that's good. Oh, a little baby. Okay, I think that's about that for that time to wick this thing. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Do you hear sweeties? Are you talking about the kids? Can you hear them? Candies. Like that? Oh, you're talking about this. That's the cotton. I was pulling out a piece of cotton bacon. See, it's cotton, but it's like bacon. Mmm. Bacon. Yes. Well, it's because this cotton is bacony. You were hearing it fry over there. It was, frying up the bacon. And it was all no. I didn't know because I was trying to think of what you heard, and the only thing I really hear is kids screaming. And I forgot that uh, that I had grabbed the cotton out of the bag, and it did make that noise. But some people call kids sweetie, but not sweeties. Like, hey, what's up, sweetie? Whatever. But so you don't call candy candy. God, you guys got like everything fucked up over there. You guys call French fries chips, and chips crisps, and candy sweeties, and uh, it's everything's just wrong and backwards over there. It's just Oh, you can hear him now? Okay. Oh, what's kind of funny is we call French fries chips, but like only in certain situations, like when we're having fish and chips. You know, it's it's just weird. Right. Um, yeah, I was still trying to figure out exactly what a flat was. In my head, a flat was like I don't know, like a one level house, you know. Because I've heard, flat a lot, and I was like, what the fuck are they referring to when they say that, you know? You know what? I don't know. I don't know, Viola. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a homeologist. One of the neighbors just showed up. That guy smokes a lot of dope. He's an older dude in his 60s. And he's like always has a joint in his hand. Huh. Elevator and lift. Both those words to refer to the same thing, or is like an elevator like a sandwich or something? Same thing. Okay. About to mow down on this elevator. It's going to be delicious. Okay, now it's starting to pull shit out with the loops and stuff, so to remedy that horse assness, we're gonna use this little tool. Come on, buddy. Dumb waiters. That that equals water closet? What the fuck is a water closet? Or are those two different things? Two different things. Boiler closet. Is that like where your hot water heater is? Okay, that comes up like that. Does a little bit of that dance. We're gonna do. A dumb waiter is somebody that gets your order wrong. Water closet was the bathroom. Huh. That sounds really fucking old. Yes, in the water closet. Yes. Go in there and put on some water. Okay, so let's see. This is probably going to use up the rest of this, but brand new coils, brand new cotton, and I spent quite a bit of time positioning these bitches, so we're about to change lives. Dumb waiter. Huh. That's, okay. To me, wait is spelled wrong if it's in that application. Unless it's providing a service, then waiter would be spelled right. I don't know. That's just kind of weird. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Okay. Less fun. Okay, let's see. This did not recognize this. So I've got to unscrew this bitch and call it a bitch. Right. No, I get that. Holy crap, this is a 0.16. I might even be able to use this on a Mac. Let me see how this goes on a Mac real quick. It might actually be a decent vape on a Mac. Excuse me. Look out, dog. You're a dog. Let's see here. Maybe. I don't know if I've shown you guys this. Maybe I have. But these are dangerous. But if you get the right build and put it on a mech, there's really nothing better. Yeah. I always wish I had a laundry chute, you know. That's nice. It's a little high. You know, I'd kind of like to have it be closer to just a 1, a 0.1, instead of a 0.16. Like even a 0.09 is better. Don't be ripping on my Mac. Macs are gangster, man. Just because you're not part of the club. they're raw power. Gay old Mac. Whatever. Everything, you know what? Everything that we're wrecking here is old. You know? I've got old gear. You know? I've got an old ass Kennedy. I've got the, the first version of the drag is the V1. You know? All this shit's from like 2015 or some shit. This could be turned up. All right. You know, you should get a Mac, man. Macs are the shit. They're yeah, they're dangerous and all that shit, but if you just got to build the right build for it. Otherwise, yeah, they're like, yeah, this is lame, because there's no power up. Oh shit. Yeah. She gone. Somebody might find it, in the summer. Better probably be toast. Oh, really? Yeah. I actually really like this mod. It's solid. I like it a little bit more than this one, the V2. They're both solid mods, but I don't know. Maybe I gotta take this thing apart and clean the button or something. It's a rock dog. I love the Geek Vape. Yeah, Geek Vape makes pretty good stuff. I never got into their shit, but I know that they make good stuff. Rock dog. Yeah. I liked IPV. They made solid shit. I like the IPv3 Li. That thing was pretty bitchin', really, really quick. No, that's not for you. This is not for puppy dogs. You can't have any. No, you can't have any. Okay? Not for doggies. Sorry. not for puppy dogs, Rock Dog. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Smock's still around. Mm. You know, they're still making lots of tanks and you know, these things and shit. And, you know, a lot of the companies that made mechanicals, they're not really doing stuff anymore. You know, because there isn't really super sub tanks. You know, and tanks is the you know, the way everybody's vaping now, you know, which is fine. I'm just not into it. You know, you buy a tank, and you know you get the coil that they make. They're replaceable coils, and you know the juice is going to taste however that coil makes it taste. You know, you can't really customize your stuff. Right. I have one RDA that takes mesh. I have yet to actually use it. It's one of the RDAs that was left to me. Like I said, I've got quite a few. I've thrown away a bunch. Like I had the Dark Horse. I don't know if you remember that guy. That was kind of popular for a while, the Dark Horse. Come on. Yeah, the Zeus. I think I threw away a couple of those, to be honest with you, because they were they'd had juice sitting in them for probably years. I don't know. I could take a look, see what I have. I have this one right here. I forget what this is called, but this is a squonking unit. Oh, it's the Athena. I just got a simple spaced coil up on top. You know, you look at it and it's not the greatest, you know, the amount of threads that this thing uses to capture the stuff is not very big at all. I don't know if I can even show that to you, but you can see right here, that's where the screw goes in, right? It's like, seriously, like that thick, you know, so the screw goes through that. It might catch a thread, you know, or two, you know, not going to be long before that thing strips out. This one right here isn't for sale. This is the rig mod. This was Rihanna's favorite. It needs to be cleaned out. This is a really good kind of cloud and flavor RDA, which is why Rihanna liked it so much. Which is kind of like why she's been taking a liking to the Morphe, because it tastes really good too. But she liked this one. It's kind of a weird guy. It's also a spring loaded one. It's a 2-post. But you kind of push these guys down, right? That's because they got springs in it, and that's so you can get the build in there quickly. And then it's got the holes in the top with the screw heads, so you can, once you get it in place with the springs, you can actually, you know, fasten it with your screws. It's a bottom fed airflow. You know, it comes in through the side and then it pops up underneath. It's a cool design, but I'll be hanging on to that for Rihanna for when she remembers we have it. This right here is the mesh one. It's got, you know, 2 screws on either side, and it takes mesh. You know, you basically take the mesh and you bend it down into these things over a piece of cotton, and then screw in through the sides and capture the mesh that's in there like this. And you know, you've got your airflow here, and you know, that sits about like that, right? You can see where the air would hit the mesh, right? It's just right above it. Whatever. These are ones that I got from Dan. But I'm not really sure how any of these things work. I mean, I've hooked them up and taken a hit and and like, okay, it does its thing, but they weren't really remarkable. Yeah, I don't know if you can buy mesh either. So, it had the mesh one. It had like some mesh with it, so I took out what was in it, which was like rusty, nasty shit by now, and cleaned it up as good as I could, and put a new piece of mesh in it, and I think they're both squonkers. But whatever, these aren't. They're really not that great. The best thing about this whole getup is this, which in my opinion is kind of a piece, but it's just a classic setup for. Then there's this. I'm not quite sure what is in this. It could just be O-rings. Yeah, that's all that's in it. Oh, there's a tank. It's the Springer RTA. So who knows what the hell is in this. This thing's still full of juice. But this is how all the tanks showed up. Just, full of juice and, kind of gnarly. Let me open this up, clean this out. This is probably nasty. Woo! Okay, that is on there. Let's see if I can find a tool of some kind. Okay. So this is a rebuildable tank. That's good to know. So look at this. This is the deck that you can build on. I know it's focused on my face. Yes. Let's turn this around. So you take your cotton and stuff it down into these little holes, and then, you know, stuff that with cotton, and then juices up through here and gets to these guys. And these are springs. So that's how you install your build, and it looks like they're pretty burly springs too. They probably filled that entire shaft, and so, and that's a little high for me. You know, if I were to build this, I'd build it down here like that, right above the hole. But whatever, you take that, pull it out, there's your leads. But yeah, when it comes to tanks, to me, oh hi, goodbye, hello. They got to be rebuildables. To me, that's the only way to go. So this is a winner in my book, since it's a tank. What can I put in it? Let's take a look-see. And these holes are actually large enough to take something like this. That's kind of cool. So let's take a look. What do I have here? A little bit of one that's kind of fucked up. We can put that in here. Yeah, my buddy made the coil. And it looks like it's got, oh shit, this is stainless wire, and it's got, damn, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 wraps. Which is a little excessive, in my opinion. But, so this is going to do that. Damn, these are tough. These are some strong ass springs, man. Like the Morphe, I've got, you can actually run it as a squonker. These are the stuff that comes with it. But look at these, the springs that come in it. I mean, they're beefcakes. Yeah, you know, nichrome's cool, you know, because it's so low in ohms. Like you can build something with Canthal, right, and do the same build with nichrome, and it will ohm out lower, you know. But what I don't like about nichrome is the stuff is so damn soft that it's hard to build with. I mean, if you're just doing like a simple micro coil or whatever it's called, no big deal. But doing this type of shit, it's pretty you know, you got to be careful, more careful than I'm willing to be, you know. stick that through. Take this guy and fuck. These are tight springs. You son of a bitch. Let's see if I can use the bottom of the table and push up on this damn thing. There we go. Jeez. You're a monster. All right, so. So it looks like you got to get really close with these guys. Okay. Look this. Let's pull this out and put it on this guy. Right, I'm putting some of this shit away. This stuff's just starting to get in my damn way. This, and this, and all go away. Yeah, Springer RTA by Tiger Tech. So, let's see. Let's see how we do here. Ish. Well, I went through the RDAs and you know, I have some you don't want any of the ones that I have. They're garbage. I'm just telling you. And the one that isn't garbage, I'm not going to sell. It's the rig. The other ones are like mesh, or have shitty post hole shit, you know, it'd just be a hassle. I'd be selling you a piece of shit. Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Okay. Ooh. All right, well. Who sang that song? I don't remember. All right, what are we reading out to? That's 0.58. This can do that a bit. Just a touch. That's pretty much perfect. 0.55. So we're almost 0.6. Boy George. Okay. AIDS Queen, sure. It's like, yeah, George, get over it. You know, you're with a man. Some, you know, sexual deviant, homosexual. He's probably going to cheat. Get over it there, little boy. All right. Well, now that that's put together, okay, well, that's that for that. Looks like this thing opens up at the top, too. Let's see if that actually is a thing. Oh, it is. It opens up here, too. It's probably a fill port. There you go. Got your two kidney-shaped fill ports, which is a thing that they came up with years ago, so you didn't have to, you know, undo this whole thing and then you know. Hold on, Croc is calling me. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Interruptions. I don't know if CJ's still here or not. So, yeah, this thing. Let me turn around here. This thing smells like whatever juice was in it. I'm gonna have to send it through this. My ultrasonic cleaner. Dan was into vaping some, we did not have the same tastes, which is kind of weird. Some things just taste, you think things taste good, right? And everybody would be into it, but some people have different tastes. So I don't know. She might be back in here. We'll see. Time will tell. She might not have known how long the conversation was going to last, and whatever. I'm guessing she'll swing back through if she's gone. If she actually even left, who knows? Yeah, it's cool. It's cool to have her in here. She's a cool chick. I dig her. What, Rock Dog? Plus, my wife will probably come back in here at some point too. Be like, I made it back from Crazy Town. I'm safe. Peanut butter jelly, bacon flavored. It was rancid tasting. Like vaping piss and peanuts. You think they would have made like a peanut butter and banana, right? Because wasn't that like his sandwich? Didn't Elvis like the peanut butter and banana sandwich? I don't know. I never knew the guy, right? But but I've come into some of those juices that I've come into some juices that I thought would just be great. Like I want to say that I bought like a tiramisu one time, and it was made by one of these nobodies back in the day. When there was like no regulation and there was just a million mom and pop shop type juices. You used to be able to go to like vape shops and they made their own juice even. Situation like that. And it was awful. It was just gross, man. It was super disappointing because I was like, holy shit, tiramisu, dude. This ought to be killer. And it was garbage, absolute garbage. Like I, put it on something, tried vaping it, and it was immediately into the trash. And there was this one subscription back in the day that you could actually become part of. It was like this, I think it was like Vapor Box or something like that. And, you could join it. And I did that like when I first started vaping to kind of like get a taste for what was out there, figure out what I liked, That's what I wanted to use it for, right? And it seemed like every box that came, it was like they were shipping off all these nasty company, like they it was like a bunch of companies sent these guys their stuff, right, to try and make a name for themselves or something. And this vape box, what I don't even remember what it was called. It was like they were sending out the worst of the worst to try and I don't know, clear out their inventory or something. You know, it was just awful. I never got anything that was worth a shit the whole time I was subscribed to that service. And, you know, I canceled it after like 3 arrivals. You know, it was like, okay, well, I'll get on there and update what I want. You know, I want this, and, you know, I'm looking for these types of things. And it just seemed like they weren't even paying attention to any of that stuff and just sending me garbage. And, you know, I think I let them let them send me something 3 times. And every time, not one single thing showed up where I was like, okay, right on, I'm going to get this now. You know, this turned me on to something. It was bullshit. The whole thing was bullshit. And, yeah. And, you know, there was a couple other companies that, you know, kind of started to do that too, you know, and they were supposed to be so much better and blah, blah, blah. And my experience was so bad with that other one that I was like, no, I'm just going to go out and buy my own shit, you know. Right. Yeah. Dude, there used to be some really good juice out there, you know, back in the day. And when the FDA came over and took over, all those companies just went away, you know. Now there are those people that are like, yeah, well, now everything's safer, right? Because, you know, there's government regulation and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you know, come on. It's not like these people, it'd be like me in here making juice and selling it. You know, it's not like I'm sneaking in shit from under my sink and putting it into the juice, you know. It was completely safe. You know, it's all bullshit, you know. Just a bunch of lies. Let me see what's going on there. Yeah, this build's really good on a Mac. Surprisingly, it's not quite as low as I'd like. But it's you know, it's decent on a Mac. But I think what I'm gonna do is take this off of this guy and put it on the Drag 2. Yes, it's a new coil. I'm put you on this guy. Say yes. 1.6, 55. So this one recommends 55 instead of, what was it, 90? Sad Boy. Yeah, you know, I think I remember them. Hey, jump up and lay down. Jump up and lay down. You need to quit just whining at me all the time. You're a dog. You need to remember that. Just remember that you're a dog. Okay? You've already had like a million snacks. Had like 2 breakfasts, 2 lunch. And it's because you're a big baby. Oh, really? Huh? Yeah, I don't think I've seen Sad Boy in any shops. She has feelings and needs. Yes. No, I get it. She feels she's a human and needs to pay my taxes. All right, you can go in there. Oh, shit. What do you want, baby girl? You want a snack? Huh? You want your 14th snack? Here you go, pretty girl. So lucky, you're so pretty. Okay. These guys pick this up. This up. Blurp, 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 blurp. Biggest drinks ever. Well, that's cool. It's good to know that this is a rebuildable. This is getting to be a little trashy. You over here. You over there. Okay. Now. All right, cool, man. I'm going to try and make one more coil out of this shite. We'll see how that goes. Make sure you pick up your wire clippings, otherwise your wife will step on them and she'll spank your face while you're sleeping. Okay. Now I need to find this. That looks like it. How many hours a day? You know, it really depends. If I've got things to do, not many, you know. But if I don't have shit to do, I'll spend as many as I feel like it. How long does it take to make just one? You know, I don't know. Do you want to time me? I just started this guy, so straightening that wire and getting this on there is probably, I don't know, let's say 3 minutes. Okay, so we're 3 minutes in. I mean, I took a little break, right? But this would take about 3 minutes. Yeah, I could, I suppose, if I didn't have all these distractions. But I enjoy the company. So I don't look at them as distractions. Gonna leave leftovers in my will. Yeah. Just like how I received a bunch of vape stuff and from my buddy when he passed. Kinda. I mean, he gave the stuff to me before he died. He quit, but then shortly after he passed away. It's not like he knew he was gonna die or any of that. It's just you know, it was a weird situation. All right, so actually, I'm kind of thinking about trying to build some sort of something that can do all this for me. At least some of the steps, that would be kind of cool. But I actually like doing it. So I don't know. I'm torn. Yeah, make it a tradition, right? I'll find somebody that vapes. Maybe you could start vaping, and I'll leave all the shit to you. We like those ones, boys and girls. We like it when they're perfect. Ooh, fuck, that just scratches my crazy. So I will share this with you. Before I do that, let's do this. No, I'm good, thanks. Thanks. All right, so here we go. Hope you're timing me, because I am not timing me. You are not. Okay, well, let's just waste time together. Give you an idea what this thing looks like. But wait. Got that. You're not paid to look at clocks. I mean, this whole damn thing is just perfect. Oh my god. Magic. Magicals. I love it. Love. Okay. So let's do a little wrap here. Get rid of this extra little bit of shit that we got here. Where we started. There we go. Spectacular. Yes. Can you hear my stomach losing its mind? It's a little pissed off. Five. My stomach is full of spicy sausage, and it doesn't know how to feel about that. No, I've been snacking and stuff. Okay, so there's that. Come on. There we go. Got you. Yes. You can go right there. Now to wrap this guy. Say no more. Yeah, CJ was in here earlier, but then Croc decided to like leave the stream and give me a phone call. And I don't know, I guess she left. I was like, oh, I'm getting a phone call. I'll be back real quick. It's Croc. She was like, oh, okay. And I don't know. I'm guessing she figured that the phone call was going to last longer than it did. So when it came back, she was gone. She seems really sweet. You know, I don't know her, you know. Just like I don't really know anyone on here, right? Just like none of you really know me, right? But she seems like a nice chick. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, like he was in the chat, and then all of a sudden I was getting a phone call from him. It was like, Croc's calling me. You know. And and he he asked me if I had any RDAs that I was willing to sell him, and I was like, I don't know, let me look. So I went into my little stash of them, and I'm looking at them, and I'm like, this one's kind of a piece of shit, this one's kind of a piece of shit. And I was like, this one I'm not selling you. And you don't really want any of these guys. They are there's, in my opinion, they're not good. I was like, these are ones that were sent to me by a buddy of mine, and I can just tell by looking at them. An RDA. This is an RDA. It stands for rebuildable dripping atomizer. Okay. And as opposed to like a tank, which is something that you just fill up and it just holds juice and whatever. There's different styles. And I'm just like, to be honest with you, you don't want any of these. And the one that you might want at all, I'm just not willing to part with. So he starts typing out like the lyrics to like one of the Boy George songs, do you really want to hurt me? And me and CJ and we're all just kind of laughing and shit about it. But then all of a sudden he gives me a call, right? And he's like, oh, I think I can fix the problems that you mentioned with the other one. I was like, all right, man. He's like, I'm willing to buy it off you. And I'm just like, dude, I'll just fucking give it to you, dude. I don't care. Whatever, So, it was kind of a trip that he felt like he needed to call me over, but oh, I did. I got them in that little cupboard right here. I pulled them over, and I was like, I got this one, and these are the problems with it, and you don't want these. I was like, because I didn't really know what I had, because these things aren't, well, they're mine, but they weren't mine, and I never really vaped with them. And, I'm sure they, produce decent vape and all that other shit, but, I like stuff that's built well, and built by people that vape and build, and they've run into problems with other devices, like you do a couple builds on something and then all of a sudden something strips, and you're like, well, that's annoying, you know, if I ever build one of these things, I'm going to make sure that the screw goes in that far, not this far, you know, so there's more than one thread, you know, and sure, it's a tight space, right? And there's only so much room for whatever, but there's ways around that shit. You know, you can engineer your ass off and build something nice, you know, which is why I use the things that I use, you know, like just to give you an idea, like this thing, right? It's got these shafts that come up, right? The holes are down here, you know, so you've got all this area above my nail, right, that the threads go into. So you've got all kinds of bite, you know, and the screws that it's using are big. Like, see how big those holes are? It's hold on 1 second. Okay, I'm getting a call from my dad. I'm here. And you gotta follow me everywhere, Rock Dog. Okay, I'm back. I wasn't aware that it was going to jump right back into YouTube's while I was in the bathroom. It was my dad. He wants to borrow my truck. He's got to pick up one of those ground vibrator things and oh, it's just you. You know, he's been spreading about, I don't know, 10, 15 tons of gravel, and he wants to compact it. You have to go to the set. Well, tomorrow I'm actually going to this. I think this is going to be about 5 o'clock. I have to go to a family foster outing. My church is hosting an event for a bunch of foster kids, and we're gonna be, you know, playing games and, you know, having a bunch of presents and stuff for these kids. And I volunteered to you know, be part of that. The church was saying, you know, really putting emphasis on how they need, you know, quite a bit of people to volunteer to help with this, because it's the most kids they've ever had come. And so it's going to be a packed house, and well, here's the thing: they aren't really anyone's kids, right? These are foster children. These kids are like orphan get the best of time, you know. So we are, you know, trying to do what we can to brighten their day. You know, we do things on Christmas for them, and all the holidays, really, you know. And you know, it's just something that we do. So will there be a carnival? Huh. You know, I'm not sure. I think that we are doing like a petting zoo type thing. So I think we're bringing in a bunch of animals, and you know, everybody's supposed to dress up kind of like Western style. So I'm probably gonna have to get some sort of clothes that's like that, because I don't have any of that stuff. But you know, there's like a theme, you know. Yeah, kids are noisy, they're exhausting, you know. That's but that's just how they are, you know. But it's our duty to sacrifice for them, you know. Where is, okay, so there's that shit, and there's that, and then there's that. Yes. No more 28 gauge. She gone. So we're moving on to this ultra fine, ultra gay, highly homosexual wire, which is just super hard to work with. Do they change up every year? Oh no, it's not the same every year. Like the one, like earlier they did like pirates and stuff. And so, you know, the church was all decked out with like boats and waves and lighthouses and you know, just all kinds of, you know, kind of water themed stuff and pirate themed stuff and whatever. So you know, it's a good time, you know. And you know, some of the kids have learning disabilities. Some of them are, you know, completely normal, you know. But you know, they feel left out, you know. I mean, their parents are doing whatever they're doing, right? And it's a bum deal. So Well, you'd think I'm social. I can't. I actually can't really stand crowds. And I'm an introvert. But I have to put my comfort aside. You know. And it used to be that in order to go out and do stuff, I would just get loaded on drugs, you know, or get drunk. And that's how I did these things, you know, band performances and all this other shit. Because I've always been in a band for the most part. And, you know, you get on a stage in front of however many people. Sometimes, to be honest with you, I'd much rather play in front of a lot of people because there isn't like, you know, the one guy out there that's staring at you and it's just that shit, you know. You can kind of get lost in the sea of people, you know, and it's not as, there isn't that intimate connection, I guess you could call it. But, so I'd much rather play in front of, you know, a couple thousand. But, you know, how I used to handle that was just, you don't have to. I choose to. Right? No, I don't have to do anything. Really, I don't have to do anything. All right. So I think I don't know if I want to wrap this with 34. That might be a little too close to 32. But I think I'm going to make a loop out of the 34 to help make a bigger space. And then wrap it with 36. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I'm not comfortable doing these things at all. I'm comfortable at home. Oh shit, I'm just had to update these messages and I think that's the right word. Hello, peace. Okay. Didn't miss too much. So this stuff. Can you see this wire? Maybe. Ish. Not really. You know, it's like as thin as a hair. This stuff really likes to break. In fact, it loves it. And that drives me nuts. This stuff is really hard to work with. You wish you could still be around them. Is this a Is this a ruling? No longer allowed within 300 feet. Or, I don't even know. "500 feet of schools." Yeah, speaking of that, I my I had what am I saying? My cousin, one of my cousins, lived in Anacortes, right? And they had this neighbor kid, right? And this neighbor kid lived at this guy's house, right? This was like his foster parent. Now, I don't know how this worked out, okay? But this kid's name was Brandon. And he stayed in the system until he was like past being adult, right? Because my cousin moved away from the house that was his neighbor, and I ended up going to like my great grandma's house one time, and he was now living with this other family, which was a couple houses down. And I just saw him in the yard, right? And when I was just, walking through the neighborhood there, because there was nothing to do at my grandma's house. And, so I'm just walking around, and there's Brandon in this yard. And it's like, oh, I guess he's living here with this lady now, right? But he was, probably 20 something at that time. He was an older kid, right? When he was next to my cousin. And but there was something wrong with him mentally. So he was like, even though he was older, he had like a child's brain. You know what I'm saying? And anyways, he lived with this guy next to my cousin's house who was like a convicted child person, right? And I don't know how this was allowed. You know what I'm saying? How like a foster kid could get sent to a house that was like this. And what's crazy is Brandon knew about it, right? But he didn't believe any of it. Because I asked him, I was like, do you know about this stuff? And he was like, yeah, none of it's true. It's not true. No. And it was like, huh. But what's weird is one day I went over to the house, right? Brandon like invited me over there. And the guy like stops me at the door. Like I'm following Brandon inside, and the guy just stops me at the door, and he's like, "Did your parents give you permission to come over here?" And I'm just like, "Yeah." He's like, "Are you sure? Do they know where you are? Do they know that you're here right now?" I'm just like, "Yeah, man, yeah." And he's just like, okay. And it was just like, okay, this guy, you know, like I believe the stories. Sorry, so let me catch up everybody. Toddlers. My son's friend at school is pretty much horrible, but he in my 20s and 30s. They do that kind of crap. See if predators will act again. Yeah, you know, it just goes to show that, you know, if that's true, that even the system kind of uses them as disposable, you know. Which is kind of sad. Kind of makes you want to start bapping. Hold on, Rock Dog. Roxy, you need to remember that you're a dog. Roxy, I know you can hear them outside, but, you know, don't worry about it, okay? They don't want to talk to you. God, this new swivel is just the shit. No problems. I can't believe that, y'all. Can't believe it. Mind blown. I knew what you meant when you said, what was it? Predictors. Yeah. True here at least, so. Oh. Creeps. Across schools and shit. Wow. Public registers for those people, they don't have that here. Or in Scotland. Exactly. Testing fate at the extent of kids. They want fucked up kids, so they end up therapy. All that money goes to the same kind of folks. Right. You know, it's kind of like, you know, if you're thinking about it like that, it's kind of like the pharmaceutical company. You know, it's like, why would we cure anything? Right? Because then the problem goes away, and, you know, what we'll do is we'll just give you a pill that gets you high. You feel great. You're not healed, but you you know, you're feeling pretty good. All the while, you know, the problem's persisting. And the pills that we gave you are going to give you more problems, which is more money for us, and fuck you, and whatever. You know. Okie dokie. These wires, they're like totally wying out. See that? It's going to really kind of mess me up. Let's see how it goes. This is going to make such a tiny, tiny coil when it's done. I've done it before, but they're a bitch to make. Yeah. Well, you know, if you're familiar with what's been going on, it all kind of makes sense. You know, we're not even allowed to call them pedos anymore. You know, they want us to refer to them as maps. Right? And that language is a setup for the ultimate plan, which is to normalize it. You know, and all this comes from, you know, the school of thought that, you know, people are born a certain way, loving who they want to love, and they can't control it. It's not that they're a sicko, it's just their preference. And this is also why they are working towards, you know, certain types of health care, right? Without parental consent. You stay over here. Yeah, and on that note, I'm out. All right, I'll see you. Damn, this stuff is tough. Tough to do. Okay, I gotta plug this thing in. There we go. I can fuck right off later. See you later. Violet. Turn violet, Violet. Okay, something like that. Damn, these wires are tough, man. Tough to do. I mean, you can get some of it to lay, but wow. Want to wear out the drill? Well, if I do, I'll just get it replaced for free. That's what's great about horrible fart. How you doing, Salty? You know, it's not like I'm driving nails or screws in here that are too much for it to handle. You know, I'm twisting. You know, this is three wires. So that's going to show you how thin these things are. There's, you know, zero resistance. You know, yeah, this thing ended up just as a big freaking disappointment. Just got off work. How was work, man? Was it cool? Did you get everything done you wanted to do? I think think my pain medication is wearing off because my back is starting to turn into a piece of shit. Getting off was the best part of work, you know? For a lot of people, that's the case. For others, it's not. But believe me, you know, some people are going home to some pretty messed up situations, and you know, they feel stuck. I know a couple people like that. You know, they go home to this dude or they go home to this chick, and you know, it's just not a good spot. So what do you want to talk about, Salty? What's been on your mind? What are you even thinking about? Sandwiches? Power boats? Okay. We talking like hydroplane style? Or just beefy motor, pleasure cruiser type shit? You talking like the you know, the big tits and cocaine powerboat party stuff? Yeah, hydros are cool, man. I used to watch those a lot when I was a kid. In fact, when I was younger, they used to have races on the Skagit with these miniature ones. Just these tiny boats, right? They were small. And, but the motors that they had on these things were just ridiculous. And, you know, I'd hear them from my house, and I'd run over there and watch that stuff. And they did it for a number of years, but at some point they just stopped. I'm not really sure why. Kind of was a bummer. But the big ones are ridiculous. Yeah, they were outboards, but they were like really, really tall outboard motors. You know, like the boat would sit like this in the water, you know, and then it was, you know, and start doing that. And I mean, they were ridiculous. You know, some of them had jet, you know, stuff, and I have no idea, dude. I was a little kid. I don't know what was on those things. I just remember that they were crazy, and a whole bunch of people would come and watch that shit. I would just walk over there by myself. You know what I'm saying? You know. I've seen those too. Like you know, where the jet's on, not in the water, right? But I'm also talking about the ones where it's, you know, the jet's like there's no prop, you know. But I know what you're talking about too. Like it's literally like a jet engine. But you know, some of those tiny boats would have, you know, what I'm guessing was, you know, probably a marine style, you know, V8 or whatever in them, you know, and whatever. But they were hydroplane boats, but they were like they were minis, you know. You know, and I just thought they were the fucking coolest, you know. But so, you know, super cool. You could turn on a dime, you know. You stop at Rock Dog. Yeah, some of the boats looked really nice too. Like some of them were like made like old kayaks and shit, you know. Like they were wood, and other ones were, you know, probably some kind of a out of fiberglass or some shit, you know. But the wood ones were just beautiful. You stop it. Come on. Come here. You jump up and lay down. Come on. Jump up, lay down. Come. Get over here. Come. Come, lay down. Jump up and lay down. Oh, oh man. Ah, here she comes. Here. Get your toy. Get your toy. Get your toy. Ready? Ready? Get your toy. Get your toy. Get your toy. Over there, get it. 25-foot twin engine Bayliner. Right on. Do you like your Bayliner, man? I've kind of heard like, you know, mixed shit about those boats. I've never owned one, so. That's for fishing. Boats and hoes. Yes, they're low rent boats. Yeah, I don't know shit. You know, I'm not a boat guy, you know. I'm sure the guys that are all talking shit, you know, who knows what they know, you know. I wouldn't mind having one, you know. I wouldn't. So, whatever. I'm not gonna, you know, I think boats are cool, they're fun, you know. They're definitely convenient, right? It's like, yeah, I wish I can go over there, but I don't want to swim. Oh, hey, I got a boat. Let's go drop some pots. Bam. Done. You know. Oh, you catch tuna. That's cool, man. I want to do that. I got a buddy that has a buddy, right? I know this guy also, but we're not like buddy, right? He has a big ass boat that he just keeps down at this dock somewhere, right? And a few times a year, my buddy goes down there with this dude, and they go and take this big ass boat out, and this guy hires like a whole crew of guys that like clean the fish and do all this stuff and pack them and stuff, and he actually brings out like a whole group of people on this boat, and they pay for this trip, right? And so my buddy Bill will go out and get on this boat, and they catch all kinds of shit. You know, just depends on where they're going and what they're fishing for. But they catch the tuna, they catch the this, the that, whatever. You know, out in the ocean. So they go out, and they basically take the whole private charter. Yeah, it's something like that. You know, they go out for the first day. It takes the whole first day to get there, right? And then they sleep on the boat, and then they start fishing the next day, and wherever it is, you know, I don't know how far they're traveling, right? But they apparently it takes, you know, all day till nighttime to get to wherever it is that they're going, and then they wake up the next morning and fish, and then they fish the next day, and they fish the next day. They'll spend like, you know, however long it is out there. Then they come back, and he gets a freezer full of fish, and you know, it's a good time. Everybody's happy. that guy, like, so he makes money doing that, but he also owns like a flooring business, and he's got a bunch of employees, and that's how he actually met this dude. Is my buddy Bill's a contractor, and he has hired on a few of this dudes to do floors for him, and at some point he met the big boss, and they hit it off and became friends, and now they fish together and shit. So he's a cool guy, super nice guy. I mean, I've met him a number of times, and he's cool. Okay. Yeah, I don't, I'm not savvy when it comes to that stuff. There's dudes out there that can just look at the weather and stuff and be like, yeah, they're not biting today. Whatever. I've got my dad's got some friends that are like that because they, they're fishermen, You piece of shit. Damn, this stuff's hard to work with. So thin. Alright, so I'm just going to cut you off here. Huh. Could be, I don't know. Spotting tower could just be experience, I don't know, A lot of the stuff that they're fishing for is, super deep. So, yeah, that shit's a trip, man. How that shit works. I don't know how it works. Fish finders and all that stuff. Yeah, I'm sure it does, man. Because there comes a point where you're making money, right, with it. And if you want what I call the big boys toys, which is beyond like the hobbyist shit, there's a definite markup, but it's worth it to you because it's an investment. It's like, every time I go out, I want to come back with a profit, and eventually that stuff pays for itself. And people selling that shit know that, so they can charge stupid money. Side cannon sonar. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, um, marine shit is just crazy expensive. You know, like you can go like even at like Lowe's, you know what I'm saying? You go and you buy into like their screw section, you know what I'm saying? And you see like a box of screws that are just regular screws. And then you look at like their marine section and it's like 20 times as much for a fifth of the amount of screws. It's like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. Right. Right. That's stainless, man. It's good to have though, man. I mean, this shit, you know, it just lasts. It's not, you know, won't corrode on you. Brass, it will, but that's kind of like tradition, you know. And but it's kind of like some of that stuff can act as like a bearing, depending on the application. Mathtastic. That's not a bad idea, man. Well, damn it. Boston whale. What's that exactly? Oh, okay. Well, what makes them so great? They just solid boat. Okay, I'll check it out, man. Super salty. Does that refer to your ocean goings? Faggot. Unsinkable. Made for fishing and decked out. Okay. Oh, okay. Literally unsinkable. Unless it catches fire. Oh, man. This stuff is going to be a learning curve, boys. And the cost. Yeah, I'm sure, if a company, goes the extra mile, they're going to make you, go 10 more in the pocket. No, this isn't an alien. This is a staggered fused Clapton. It's just that I'm using that extra thin shit, and it is this stuff is just crazy. I've done this stuff before, but it's been a long time since I've worked with wire this thin, so it's giving me trouble. I'm having to like relearn how to hold things, and the resistance that I'm supposed to give it, and all it's I'm just breaking shit. I'm just gonna have to continually do it until I find my groove, right? And once I figure it out, I'm just gonna have to lock in and repeat the process. It's just being a bitch. Stuff is tough. It's tough to lay a consistent space on the wire. It's just being a bitch. These are actually harder to do than aliens. Because aliens are just basically they're just like a fused Clapton as opposed to a spaced, yeah, a spaced fused, and they kind of lay down just like any Clapton. So this shit's just tough. We'll get her. I think I figured out the key here. Just gotta pinch the fuck out of it. Oh man, that's tough shit. All right, so I think that's what we gotta do, boys. Is literally just pinch the absolute shit out of this stuff. I'll show you what's going on here. Mm-hmm. Chumming. I've done that when I drink too much. All right, so I don't know if the camera will even pick this stuff up. It's bad scare of a shark. Yeah, fuck that noise. So this is where we started on this end here. Where am I? Boing. There we go. See how it's messed up. You know, not very pretty. But you come over here, and this is about where I figured out the groove. Started kind of getting it. And then here is where we figure out what's happening. this stuff is really fine wire, and it's hard to control. And that's where I've been rolling it. The end of that finger there is. Luckily, I play bass, and my fingers already dealt with some bullshit. But you can see like my fingerprint, right? The wire would like lay within the lines of my print. It's stupid small stuff. Crazy, crazy, crazy tiny. Hey CJ, did you leave for a minute or no? I don't remember. It's kind of just been crocking, salty talking. Maybe I'm tripping. Oh, okay, that's right. That's right. I forgot. Sorry, my memory is shot. Oh, what's going on? Oh, I stopped to check out the wrap. Yeah, it's I'm getting there. This I'm trying to figure out how to work with this stuff. I think if you lay down the first wire decent, the second problem is getting them to fuse, and because you're trying to fuse something into holes that are so fine that sometimes they just don't go where they're supposed to. And I think I've discovered that the trick is to just pinch the shit out of it while you're doing it, and that pinching action forces it into its home, where the other wires you don't have to put so much force on it. I mean, this stuff, you literally have to pinch shit out of it. You're gonna tear skin off. That's just all there is to it. But this is the build. Oops. get it to focus, but the shit is just so damn small. Maybe I can zoom in more. That's pretty much maxed. You got this tiny little hangnail here. Hi. Piss doesn't help a stingray. Yeah, especially if it's jabbed you through the heart. I mean, crikey. Hello, Hangnail. Hi, what's your name? My name's in the fucking way. Ouch. Damn it, Steve. Is that gonna bleed? I bet you it will. Yep, look at that. Yeah. Probably can't see it because the hole's so damn small. You kind of can. Tiny. Okay, well, I'll just, before I mail the damn thing, I'll just put a build in it. It's only a flesh wound. Oh, man. Wonder if I can do an alien with this stuff. I bet you I could. Let's see. You know, people normally wrap this stuff. 1 more hour. Nice, babe. I can't wait to see you. And when you get home, we're going to take a shower. Together. Yep. Does Rhea remind you of diarrhea? Oh. Yeah, gyms don't really know Rihanna. So not that she was I don't think they've really totally reminds me of diarrhea. You know, yeah, they don't really know each other, to be honest with you. Like, she knows she's my wife and all that, but I don't think they've spoken to each other or, you know, whatever. She doesn't trust you when she's soaping you up. Or what? Oh, okay. Things might get a little too slippery. Or gonorrhea. as I lose focus. Or you focus on other things. You start to focus on the pocus. Yeah, sex in the shower, man. That's kind of although it really is kind of like the best place to do it because you're like already in the shower and no. What's up, dude? But it's a hassle, in my opinion. It's kind of a hassle. Really? Is that because they're what was it, 16? Is that the cutoff? All right, baby. So you got to be 17 or like 15. Yes, laminar flow of urine. I remember you mentioning something and 16 being a thing, but I don't remember if it was like you had to prove that you were 16 and you know what's crazy is you mention all this shit. You have to be 16, but you have to prove it, right? Like I don't think I got to prove that I'm 16, right? Hopefully, hopefully somebody can just like, who knows? They probably just have some algorithm, and like you said, is just gonna look at what you watch. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Okay. You gotta fuck around and find out. We're gonna freaking boycott them. Well, sure. You do that. um, um, it's Brody's mom had to give YouTube her ID in order to keep his channel from getting canceled, but the YouTube AI requires her to be in his streams quite a bit while streaming. I haven't spoken to what's her name about that. Not Vanessa. Too much about that. But right, yeah, I don't either. Well, I don't know her. I've never met her. You know what I'm saying? But I know her because of Homeboy. And she comes into the basement often. I don't know if you're familiar with that room. It's Han Solo's deal, which is happening tonight, right? Yeah, they're going to be streaming tonight, so I'll be in there also chilling with the boys. But yeah, she comes in there all the time and, says, what's up? And, everybody's starts singing, Brody's mom has got it going on and, a bunch of other horse shit. And, she just seems like a cool lady, But yeah, I don't know. I mean, she's I can see how she kind of has to keep her distance a little bit, from everything. She kind of just does the comment stuff and wants to maybe stay off camera because she's an attractive lady and all that, and probably wants to not deal with stupid dudes, right? And whatever might come her way with all that, right? I mean, that's just got to get old and stupid probably by the time you're 15, right? And so she's probably been over that shit for years. And but yeah, I don't know her, right? But she and I know each other. Here is an attractive lady. What she thinks I call her. Yeah, I'm not. Listen, I'm not trying to misplace your thunder there, Croc. When it comes to that obvious hit, but I'm just saying that it happens in the room. But yeah, it's I can sympathize for the kids that are like, this is bullshit, especially if they've invested a significant amount of time into their channels and their channels are real and whatever. But I really don't think it's a bad thing. Sure, it's a nuisance and whatever, but these are all things that people have had to deal with. But at the same time, I think it's kind of crazy that they're doing that, right? They're you can't be on YouTube, but if you want to cut your dick off, don't even tell your parents. That's all you. That's your decision. That's your right. There's things that don't really make sense about it, But you know, but you know, it all comes. I think there's good things that can come from it. I think there's bad things that come from it. You know, the whole thing is like, why are they really doing it? You know. Let me see what's going on here. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's true. It's the dipshits that mess it up for everybody. This wire's so thin, it's gonna take forever to clap in this bitch. I'll show you this. If Wyvern's still here, he'll be able to appreciate this, because this will look like a guitar string. Okay. Which is why they actually called this a Clapton, because it's named after Eric Clapton, because he plays guitar. So here we go. Flip this batch. Oh, getting that. Zoom in. Oh, little mess up right there. Oh, God. Thought today was Friday. Well, who knows if Wyvern got to see that or not. So now what you do is you decore this thing, which I can already tell you right now is going to be a bitch. Pull this off. You get to the wire. You pull off. Okay. Now you try and grab the inner wire here. This stuff is so skinny you can't even grab the shit. Try and pull it out like this. Wait. You get this dangly loop wire thing. So this is what I wrapped around that, right? And what you do is you take this guy and you, I'll just show you if I can. Boom. You take this and you want to do this with it. Stretch it. Right? You want to try and get it all the same. Which is a bitch. And the best way to really do it is to grab it and just pull. Keeping an eye on the shit. Starting to space. Right. So now we've ended up with this wire, which is much longer than what we started with, right? Because it was just like this thing like that long. Now it's super long-ish. Let me cut this off because that's just horseshit. But we've kind of got it semi-consistent looking here. Now there's some differences in it, but for the most part, it's all the same. Any part that's different, you know, we can hopefully fix. So now what we do Oh, gotta cut that off. We're still wrapped over here. Now this will be definitely the smallest alien I've ever tried. This is just gonna be nuts. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. So you take the wire that you initially wrapped it around, and you cut it in half. Do you make a bend in it? Maybe. Maybe. Now we're going to take this wire, put it over here. And we're going to see how fucked up we can do this. Stick some of it in here. And away we go. I hate not being able to see what the hell I'm doing. Okay, so it looks like I'm having to update the messages again. You should be interested in joining in the basement at Jeff Hall's channel every Thursday night. Click the link. Jeff Drummer. Yeah, CJ, it's a lot of fun. And everybody in here, check it out. It's tough, y'all. Maybe. Wow. Well, that whole piece there is shit. But over here, it's kind of alien-y. But it's so tiny, you can't even appreciate it. Okay, so I've got some more of this stuff here. So I'm going to just take out two pieces of, or one piece of 32. And cut it in half and see if we can have another go at it. This stuff is crazy tiny. It looks like it's about right in the middle, so we're just going to cut that out. There's like a little fuck up right in the middle here. So we'll cut that out. Which is kind of annoying. So let's do this like this. Maybe. Maybe this shit needs to be stretched out a tiny bit more. Alright, we'll try that. Okay, so this is not alienating. Okay. Yeah, and I'm having to update the messages again. Yeah, I had the TV on. I'm a dick. Complete and total. Zazzle. Yeah, this looks more like I forget what type of wire this is actually called. But it's more like a something else. I forget what it's called. But to me, it kind of looked like a type of barbed wire. I've seen it used in builds. I don't think I've ever seen anybody build anything with just this. So you can see that it's not aliening. Oh, it kind of looks cool up close. You know, it's got like X's. I've never actually seen anything like this myself. How could I use this? Maybe I could. Let me grab a piece of this, and we will make two of them real quick. And maybe I can attempt to fuse these with some 36. See what that does. Is that a dual Clapton or Clapton fuse? This is, I don't know. I don't know what this is. I've never seen it. It's just like a design, you know. Let me see if I got these things going in the same direction, so I can possibly wrap them. I don't think it really matters what direction they're in, but maybe there's a way that I can have them laying. Does it help if they're both got their X's up and one is like here? And you can wrap in between. I don't know. I'd call it something like a saw blade or something like that, or some type of cutting wire, because that's kind of like what it looks like to me. Or maybe I can make a reference to the X's. I don't know, but you know, kind of, you know, the days of like inventing and naming coil wire is kind of like behind us. But you know, I'm sure that somebody has seen this before, because this is a fuck up, right? I'm sure somebody's fucked up before trying to make an alien and been like, ooh, look at that, you know. looks like. I don't know if I even got in the right spots because I can't see what the hell I'm doing. Alright, so we'll take a look here. Where am I? Oh, bleed. Maybe, here we go. That's pretty fucking rad. You can see the little fuck ups in it though, but I can see what it's trying to do. Okay. Okay, so I think we're going to do that with the rest of this thing here. Now I wish I wouldn't have tested that piece, because I'm only going to be able to make one coil, if that. But no, I've got more of that other shit there. What did this thing? What did this one look like? I didn't even look at this. I was just convinced it was too fucked up. That's not exactly the same. So I've got some more of that stretch spring. So I'm gonna cut this in half here. We'll wrap it. Actually, what I'll do is I'll make another one that long. And we'll see how much I can make with that other piece of string. Maybe we can just make another one. Fuck Doug, shut the fuck up. You're a dog. It's not time. You're such a whiner and you're a liar. Okay? You're used to getting fed like 9 times a day. So you just need to stop it. Okay, we'll put this in here. We'll straighten this out. You know, it's funny. I worked for this family, right? And I went to their house one time. The guy was like 100 years old. The guy who started this multi-million-dollar business, right? Got in good with their family. I was actually dating these people's granddaughter. And so I would go and go to their Christmas dinners and their, every holiday, whatever it was. These guys were very family oriented, right? So I knew these people very well. And my family wasn't doing anything, so whatever. I'll spend it with these people, right? And I just remember one day I'm sitting in the dining area, and I'm sitting next to the guy. His name was Phil. And my ex was talking about her dog, right? And Phil is like, I don't know why anybody has dogs anymore. No one has sheep. And it was just, this guy was like 100 years old, right? And it just blew my mind that he came from the world where a dog wasn't a pet. You got a dog because it had a job to do. And it was just really cool, to see that world in his mind. I don't know why anybody has dogs. Nobody has sheep. Okay. So now we're going to take this guy and bend it in half. And we're going to try and replicate that X-Men coil. Whatever. Roxy, I'm going to spank your face. You're a dog. Okay, where are we? Here we go. And how I did that last one, I just kind of went for it. Had a purpose to control it. Sure. Yeah, you probably didn't feed him either. Not much. Enough to keep him around, but you had to let them do their thing. Sit around the alfalfa because rat feces in your kill a horse. We just little quantities. We have 5 dogs to protect us. And the chickens fed off the Pascal coyotes. Wanted to kill the goats, chickens, kids, and the cats. Worked with the dogs on the jobs all the time. It was quite a thing to watch. Yeah. Roxy, she actually gets along with certain cats. Like if the cat's a gangster and just stands its ground, she doesn't take her long to realize, oh, this cat's, cool and can chill. But the pussy cat, that that doesn't fly with her. All right, I'm gonna actually stick you through here. Tie you off so you can stay over there and not be a nuisance. There we go. We're going to see what that looks like. I don't think it's going to look the same, to be honest with you. I think having that wire up in this thing over there might change things up a little bit. Let's take a look. I didn't untwist it either, so... Well, it's almost, let me lean forward here. It's almost the same. It's just like a little tighter. The X's and stuff aren't quite as spaced out and stuff. There's a couple mess ups in it, like right there. What does it look like down past here? What's up, Monday? How you doing? You find a boyfriend yet? Or are you're not even looking anymore? Almost looks like it kind of wants to alien down here. But whatever. We're going to... No, not yet. Well. Roxy, you're a dog. Chill out. Yep, you're a dog. You are a dog. You are a dog. I'm going to take these two guys and I'm going to fuse them. And whatever it does is what it does. And we're just going to be happy with it. So happy. All right. Here we go. I know what it is now. Roxy is ready for D. It is D time. I'm just putting it wherever it feels like it needs to lie. I'm not even really giving a shit here. I'm just fusing it. So, whatever. Take this. Do this. This wire looks gnarly. It looks gnarly. Alright, we're gonna flatten this bitch out and see what it kind of looks like. This thing is gonna look like zombie rap shit, I'm guessing. So, are you still here Monday? Or no? If you are, I was gonna ask you where you're from. I might have asked that before, but I don't remember if I've asked that or not. So I apologize. All right, let's look at this monstrosity. This is craziness. The stuff is so small that it's hard to really see what's going on. It's probably just going to look like a joke up close. But who knows, you know. you can kind of see what it's trying to do. It's kind of got shapes going on both ends that the wires going in between. It's got those consistent circles on this side, and this side it's got like the V's. It's very weird. It's like right on the edge of not having any rhyme or reason to it. But like the more you look at it, it's like there's actually some structure, but it's kind of chaotic. This is where we started. Over here. It always looks like dog shit up here, but those are my first wraps. But Roxy, I will feed you. Yeah, I don't know. I think really the only thing to call this would be like a chaos coil or something, because it's just like nuts. Who knows how it vapes, It's it could just be wonderful, but you could never make this coil again. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't. Not exactly like this. This is a freak. So let me wrap this bitch, and I'll show you what it looks like on the jig. Maybe it looks decent on a wrap. Maybe it'll give it some kind of form. I don't know. I bet you're ready for dinner. Okay. Just because you're asking nicely right now. Just enough to make two. Here you go, shithead. Some of those right there. Okay. I'll be right back.
Hey.
Hello, Paul.
Hey. Roxy, get your food. Did you just drop on the floor? There's too many damn people living in this area now. There's traffic.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. Oh, so glad to be home. You drink all that juice, huh? Where'd you go? You drink all the juice?
What juice?
Watermelon. No. You showering?
No.
Oh. Whew, you really need to. You stink bad. Did my deodorant come? Fuck. It was supposed to be delivered today. Hi, Roxy. You go outside? You go potty? Come on.
Yeah.
Inside. Roxy, get your ass inside. Come on.
You want a treat?
That's why the rug is all messed up out there. It's got like claw marks in it. Hey,
Croc
why
says,
is it so hot in here?
Croc says, hello, I turned off the AC.
Why?
Because I was freezing.
Well, it's fucking hot in here now.
Whatever, B. Croc says hi. CJ says hi.
You smell better now. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm glad I'm home too. Today was a long ass day
Yeah.
dealing with stupid people.
Long ass.
Long ass.
Like two hands.
Long ass day. Dealing with some stupid motherfuckers. Angry customers. It was bad. It was really bad. Oh god, I thought that was a spider. One of your hair clumps.
My hair.
Yep, your hair, because it's black.
No.
My hair is not black.
Neither is mine.
Yes, you have black hair in your hair.
No.
You have mostly white hair, but there are black hair.
Mostly white hair, nothing.
You've gone gray really fast. It's crazy that I'm not gray and I'm older than you.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Old! Only 6 months. Hey, my birthday's on Monday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we need to go shopping for the shit you want.
I just want a KitchenAid mixer, that's all.
No, you wanted a KitchenAid mixer and all brand new pots and pans.
Well, I can hold off till Christmas for the pots and pans.
Okay.
I want the hex-clad ones. If they're on sale at Costco, we can get those for my birthday also.
Okay. Whatever you want. Okay.
I love you very much.
Spank your face. Was she looking for the pink juice? No. She's talking about that watermelon shit.
Ooh.
Croc says, hello.
Hello. Oh, hello. So with the starter in the fridge, I'm only supposed to have to feed it once a week.
Okay, well.
And it looks beautiful.
Beautiful.
What are we having for dinner?
Whatever you want, babe. I'm down with some more Browntown.
I know you were always down for Browntown. Down for Brown. I love me some taco time, but I felt like shit after eating it last night.
Really?
I've been doing really good today with my keto. All I've had is meat sticks and chicken chips. Chicken chips and meat sticks.
Hello, would you like to see how I walk my dog? That's what he's saying.
Walk? Like cooking it?
Yes.
That's gross. No eating puppies.
No, we don't eat the dog.
We don't eat puppies. That's disgusting. You're a good girl right there. You're my baby. You happy I'm home now? Yeah.
All the happies.
So happy. Waggy wag.
Yeah.
You're my baby girl.
I put a new build in your thing.
I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Is it full?
I don't know.
Nope.
Here's your
It's
purse.
not full, but it's not empty.
There you go.
Thanks, babe. Ooh. Nice clean wire.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
Yeah. It's a wonderful build.
Sure. We'll see.
Whatever be. It'll change your life.
Batteries are dead.
Huh?
It's at 65. Is that supposed to be at 65? That's really high.
Probably not, actually.
Yeah, it was at 40 last time.
And that's a different build. I'd try 35. Okay? See what you like there. 30. Start at 35. Go up 40.
Yeah, that 30 is probably even better. Oh.
The way to really know, babe, is when you push it, that one you can actually tell. But look at the volts. Okay?
I know. I remember.
You don't know shit.
Yep. 4 volts is 40 watts.
Is it?
That's what you told me.
Just depends on the build. Oh, I know.
4 watts. That's what you told me last time, I think.
Well, no. It depends on
So
the
it's
build.
like if it's 3.5, it's 35 watts.
It really depends.
Whatever. I don't give a fuck. Ow.
Let's make it.
Ow. What are we doing for dinner? Fuck, I hate having to decide this.
I don't know.
We've got beef, we've got bacon, we've got chorizo. I wish you were me sometimes so that you could cook for me, have food ready for me
You
when
just
I got
want
home.
peanuts.
No, I definitely do not want that. I'm a woman.
You just want to be able to slide in the 9.
Shut up. 9.
9.
9. Niet. Spasiba. But no spasiba. Пожалуйста. We have beef, ground beef. There's Kobe beef and Wagyu beef. ground.
Whatever you want, baby girl.
I just want to snap my fingers and have food here in my hands.
Okay, order something.
It's too expensive. I don't want to do that. Costs add $30 to whatever you want to order
No,
because it costs that much to have it delivered.
$30 is gay.
It's
We can
super gay.
We can pick something up.
And
too.
we were doing that 4 times a week before when I was making good money.
I know, I understand. Why don't we go somewhere?
No, I don't feel like going anywhere.
I mean,
just wanna be home.
just to pick something up.
No. Just let me relax for a little bit. I'll probably cook something.
Whatever you want.
I don't want to eat. I just wish I didn't have to eat anything at all. I could just do a shake, one of my protein shakes.
Or
We're getting a dozen more eggs tomorrow from Mark.
okay.
I'm gonna have to give my mom some because I think we still have 3 dozen. You haven't been eating eggs anymore. Like you were eating like 6 eggs a day.
Eggs are good.
They are. They're very good, especially those eggs. And you can tell they're healthy chickens because it looks like bird shit and not like dog shit.
Just dog spray.
Dog spray. Brown.
Right.
Brown and black shit. It's white and gray.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah, it looks like
They're healthy.
wild bird poop.
yes, they're healthy birds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, looks like this plant's doing pretty well. I got some new leaves. New leaves! Yay! It's because I've been watering it. Oh shit, that's full.
All right, bird shit egg roll. Yeah, I dumped that out earlier because I scooted it back and it was like all flat. So I, did
Well,
that first thing in the morning.
Doesn't need to be watered anymore.
No, it doesn't.
Noted. What about that guy over there?
Which one? This?
Yeah, Francis does not look happy.
No, it has water.
Yeah, but it's just angry. Like, so pissed. Look at the leaves. They're like dying around the edges. It's never been a healthy plant.
Oh, well,
since I
some
got
plants just have bad genes, babe.
Yeah, it was a sad looking one when I got it. I thought we could bring it back to life, but I think it's a lost cause. Just toss it.
Croc likes bird shit egg rolls.
Can't see. I really like bird shit egg roll. Oh, ping pong.
Ah, yes.
Eggs are very good for you, especially the good eggs, not the bad eggs. Don't confuse the two. So you just been snacking all day or what?
Yep.
Not eating a real meal?
No.
So you want me to cook, don't you?
Well, food's good. I don't really care how we get it. You can make food, or we can go get food.
I don't want to go get food.
Okay. Well, then make food.
I don't want to.
Yeah. Well, you better. Otherwise, I'll spank your face.
Those mango balls are gross.
I'm glad you don't like them.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do.
Yuck. I get stuck in my teeth. Ooh, you know what sounds good? Pork rind nachos. I'm gonna have to throw this salad away. Actually, doesn't look too bad. No, that's bad. I'm tossing it.
What's this?
My salad from Koa.
Toss it.
Yeah, I ate all the important stuff out of it.
You should have ate it.
Fish.
You should have ate it.
I should have ate it, but I should have thrown it out with the garbage when they took the garbage today. So now it's gonna sit in the. It's gonna stink.
Throw it outside.
I'm gonna leave it in the fridge until Sunday because it still looks okay, but. What am I gonna make?
You bought some weed this morning. You smoking on the pots? I haven't smoked pot in
Alright,
a
let's
while.
order food. Fuck.
I told you.
Fuck it.
See, I know my wife.
I just don't feel like cooking.
I know my wife.
I had a really long, rough day. I don't feel
You
like
compost?
standing in the. I don't feel like standing in the kitchen and cooking for half an hour.
Well, let's look up something. Let's go and pick it up. Okay, so we can save.
What'd you put in my account?
200.
Oh, good, because City of Mount Vernon's coming out.
Well, you can use my
I have
card.
another bank account number. I have money in there. I forgot. I forget that part of my check goes into that account instead of our joint
Is that for
account.
savings?
No, I do have a savings in that at that bank, but I have a checking. That's the one that I have my student loan payoff through. And I still owe like $9,000 out of 15, which is not bad.
You know,
in a year.
you should have told me about all that, all of it.
I did tell you about it.
When I was paying off all of your shit.
No, I didn't want you to have to worry about my student loans.
Well, I was paying off all of your stuff.
I know.
And I wanted to get everything down at zero.
Well,
And I would have paid everything off.
I know. That was several years ago, and holy crap, yeah, whoops. That's right, because I was negative 89, so you put 200 and it brought me to 110. God, I'm so bad with money.
I know.
I'm so glad you're not. We'd be screwed if you were bad with money too.
Eggshells, coffee grounds, veggies, and fruit equals beautiful soul. Yeah, paper too. Not all paper, but a lot can be composted.
Mm-hmm. We have compost. We need to just feed them. We have back guano.
We do have some. We got 2 different kinds. We got veg and bloom when it comes to it.
Mm-hmm. We need to feed the ones out there. They're not looking happy.
No, that stuff all needs to be amended before it ever gets.
You know what to do.
Yeah.
Do it though. You know, the last time the Munchie Dude guy delivered food, he's like, "So you're working more hours now?" I was like, "No, not really. I mean, I'm working 2 jobs now." He's like, "Oh, well, that's more hours." I was like, "Yeah, I pretty much work all day." It's 6 days a week now instead of 7, which is nice. But I was like, we're trying to save money, so I can't keep, I can't order like we did before, because I was pretty much paying his wages. We were paying his wages by getting food delivered to us all the time.
Sure. Yeah, we've cut out a couple of our incomes.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we had Jay. You know, he was like.
That was like $1,000 a month.
$1,500 a month.
Let's not talk about money.
Right.
Let's do temperate habits.
You want to do temperate?
I don't know. I need to stick with the keto.
They've been hit and miss.
Yeah, they have. Last time I wasn't happy with what I got.
Yeah,
It wasn't
I haven't
good.
been the past 2 times.
Yeah.
I mean, the first time we went to him after it had been a minute, it was like, oh yeah.
I'm just gonna cook. I'm just gonna cook food. I'll just make you a burger or something. Save the money.
Whatever. Cardboard, yeah. Yeah, the red ones. Yeah, you can tell if things are happy if you got the red worms. They're not good for fishing. For whatever reason, fish don't like them. You know. I mean, I've tried to fish with them because I've got a compost in the back. And, whenever you turn it, you just see just a whole bunch of them in there. And, I've tried to grab a couple of them, and see if they, you know, just tried them out, and they just not, you know, I've even like gone in places where I can see the fish and like drop the worm in front of their face, and they just look at it and they're just like, yeah, I don't give a shit about you, you know. And so what I use is what I call a worm shocker. Um, it's a basically it's a wooden stick, right? That has a solid copper thing that comes out of it, and then you you take a a cable or whatever that you plug into like a power outlet, and then you wire only the positive to it, right? And so it has just one wire going to it from the thing. Then you plug it in to the wall, and when you stick it in the ground, that completes the circuit because the ground is earth, right? And it shocks the worms out of the ground. You know, you stick it in the ground. It's best if you pre-wet the. Hi. Oh, sorry. And pre-soak the ground so the shock travels out further, and you just stick it in the ground, and all of a sudden, massive worms. Not only a bunch of them, but like the biggest ones, for whatever reason, come out, and you just go by and grab them. You know, you want to wait till they're all the way out because you can get shocked if you grab them if there's too much worm in the ground still. But it works really good. You know, my dad had one when I was growing up, and I don't know what happened to it, so I ended up just building my own. Yeah, makes them dance, makes them break dance. So,
Running another load.
okay. Whatever, babe. Let me see what this is all about here. Looks like Jem's uploaded some video, but it's a video from something that's really old. Kind of weird. I don't know if it's a new video or not.
I'm gonna do chorizo and eggs and tortillas.
Yeah, maggot cheese. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's a real thing. It's illegal outside of the place where it's made, so I'd have to go there in order to try it. But I love all cheeses, and I want to try the maggot cheese.
It's cheese, grommet. Have you ever watched Wallace and Gromit?
No, it's not French.
Huh?
Huh?
Have you ever watched Wallace and Gromit?
No.
It's cheese, Gromit. Wallace, they go to the moon and it's made of cheese.
No, but we were talking about that.
We should watch it. It's really funny. I watched it when I was little with my mom. I was
Okay.
little, but I was younger.
So yesterday.
It was when I was still living with my parents, so I was probably 20.
So yesterday.
I haven't lived with my parents since we've been together.
Vietnamese. Well, yeah, they do have some foods that have maggots in it too. But no, it's like it's one of the Italian islands. I don't remember which one it is. Let me look it up.
What are you talking about?
The maggot cheese.
Oh god, that's so gross.
Where does the cheese with maggots come from? Sardinia. Sardinia, Italy.
One of my customers going to Italy tomorrow.
Okay.
Did you empty the dishwasher? Nope, you did not.
The cheese with maggots, known as Casumarzu, originates in Sardinia, Italy. It's traditional Sardinian sheep's milk cheese, intentionally infested with live maggots of the cheese fly. I wonder if Sardinia comes from sardines.
Do you know whose car that is?
No.
Huh, I wonder.
Okay, yeah. It does. I have to bump out for a bit. It's called Sardinia because of the large beaver population in the sea there. This I just said, yes, the name sardine is indeed related to the island of Sardinia. The fish got its name because they were once found in abundance around the island of Sardinia, particularly in the Mediterranean Sea. The ancient Greeks referred to the fish as sardinos, and the island of Sardo indicated a close etymological link. Okay, that makes sense. That's probably why pizza traditionally had sardines. Oh, right. Anchovies. Right. That was anchovies, not sardines. That's what I was thinking of.
dirty dishes in there.
In where?
Clean dishes. Like, what? That it was clean on there. I wrote that it was clean.
If you wrote that it was clean, I didn't.
God, we have so much silverware. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, hey, man, I'm gonna hop off here and take care of some of the stuff that we got going on here. Eat some food and help the wife. Spank her face a little bit. Kick the dog. You know, do all the important stuff.
Here. Being done.
But thanks for hanging out. I'll be back on tomorrow, and I'll see you.
I'm putting this in the dishwasher too.
Yeah,
Cut
I'll
yourself.
see you in the basement later for sure. So I'll catch you later, man.
Holy shit.
Have a good one.